Hey guys, welcome back to my channel. What if Naruto was son of Moon Godess? Lightning Thief. Book 1. If you want Book 2, do 200 likes. Let's begin. URK. My head hurts. A blonde-haired boy slowly opens his eye and found himself staring a ceiling he has never seen before. He groggily and slowly sat up to look around, and he did not recognize the place he was in. It was a nice room to begin with, a cabinet on the side of the room. There was a TV on its stand facing the bed. To the right, there was a nightstand with a lamp on it. Further to the right of the bed, there is a balcony terrace next to the window. He decides to stand up and look around. He checked the cabinet and found clothes that were his size and a bunch of scrolls with notes attached to them. He went to the TV to check it out, but he couldn't figure out how to turn it on, not knowing that you have to plug it in first. He went over to the balcony window to look out. What he saw made mind blow. He saw buildings so tall they were poking up the clouds. He saw moving objects that he thought they were carriages pulled by horses, except, the odd thing was there were no horses pulling it. He sat back down on the bed, still reeling from all the weird things he saw. He lay back down on the bed a little hard, only to have a note flutter down to his face. He picked it up and read what was written. Dear Naruto, I'm sorry I could not wait for you to wake up, but I'm afraid you cannot see me until the time is right. I know about your childhood and how hard it is to live all alone like that, so I took you in. I'm so sorry I couldn't get you sooner, but you're here now. That is what is important. I can tell you who your parents are though. Your father is the man you have looked up to and have been chasing all your life, Minato Namikaze, the fourth Hokage of the Leaf. Your mother is Kushina Uzumaki, the former Jinchuriki of the Nine-Tailed Fox. Don't blame them for leaving you on your own. It's not their fault. They died on the day you were born, protecting you in the village from the Nine-Tailed Fox's attack. They are heroes. I am telling you this for you to know that you were loved and you were not left alone. This time though I will be watching over you. Well, enough of that. If you didn't notice yet, you are in a different world from where you were. You have to start over again. I have some stuff for you. In the nightstand, there are some books on this world. You will need to read up on them to survive in this world. In the cabinet, you will find some clothes I picked up for you, so you could fit in with the people. There are also scrolls in there to help you in practicing your jutsu. In the drawer of the nightstand, there is some money for you to spend in this world and a map of the city so you can explore. I know you have a lot of questions. I assure you they will be answered in time. You will just have to be patient. Also, kids your age still have to go to school, so I enrolled you to a boarding school, Yancy Academy. I heard you loved learning, so I see you would not have a problem with this. Unfortunately, you will have to be careful of using your jutsu out in the open. People in this world have no knowledge of parallel worlds or special powers. That is all for now, my boy. Just know that I love you as my own and I will be watching over you. Love, your new mother. P.S. You will have to brush up on Greek mythology. I guarantee it will come in handy in the future. A single tear ran down the side of his cheek. He was crying tears of joy because this time he felt loved. He was happy to know his parents loved him and didn't abandon him as what the villagers have been telling him all his childhood. He was happy to know that somebody took him in despite his past and how the villagers saw him. He was happy that this time, he would make new friends without them judging him for what was sealed inside of him. At the same time, he was sad that he had to leave the friends he had already made back in the Leaf Village. He was scared of what he may face ahead of him. He broke himself out of his thoughts and decided to stand up. He took a deep breath, ready to take on this new world he was in. With one big shout, he said, "Watch out world, because Naruto Uzumaki is here." It was not easy to live in a new world with no idea of what you are doing. The first thing Naruto learned in this new world was to follow the traffic lights. One occasion, he was almost hit by a car accidentally because he was reading a book he took a liking to, and he absent-mindedly crossed the street. Thankfully, he heard the car's horn at the last second and was able to get out the way. It took him a few weeks to adjust and to learn about this new world. He gained a lot of knowledge due to his love of reading books. He discovered that he loved learning and buried himself in a lot of books from this world, but he quickly learned that he couldn't sit on one spot for prolonged periods. He would find a lot of time passed by when he was reading. On the other hand, when he was not doing anything, time seemed to be at a standstill. Although he read a lot, he never forgot to keep up with his training. His chakra control massively increased and could tree climb and water walk like it was second nature. He also increased his sensory range by channeling chakra all throughout his body. When he joined Yancy Academy, he was diagnosed with attention deficit hyperactive disorder (ADHD), which explains why he could not stand still and why time was passing by slowly when he was not doing anything. The guidance counselors placed him in the 6th grade, which was where kids around his age were usually at. As for his room, he was placed in a room with a 12-year-old boy with black hair and sea green eyes. This is Percy Jackson. He quickly learned that Percy also had ADHD and that he has dyslexia. Percy lives in the same part of the city as Naruto. He found out that Percy had been kicked out of every private school that he had been enrolled in due to a series of unfortunate events that happened in every school he was in. His other roommate was a scrawny kid who must have been held back several grades. This is Grover Underwood. Grover is a disabled kid with a muscular disease in his legs causing him to be crippled all his life. He had a note to excuse him from PE for the rest of his life. Although Naruto and Percy swears he could run so fast when it was enchilada day in the cafeteria. The three of them quickly became friends and were inseparable ever since. The two boys have been protective over Grover due to him being picked on by bullies. When someone tried to bully Grover, Percy always had to pick a fight with the bullies. Naruto, on the other hand, always seemingly keeps his cool whenever Grover gets bullied. Most of the time, Grover's prankers always found themselves on the wrong end of a prank whenever they tried to pick on him. On one occasion, there were two bullies who tried stealing his lunch money. The next day, these two boys woke up only to find themselves hanging from the flagpole by their underwear while the national anthem was playing. Everyone in the school could not figure out who the mysterious pranker was, but Percy and Grover had a sneaking suspicion that their roommate was the one responsible for the pranks because whenever they asked him if he heard of the pranks, he would have a gleam in his eyes. In their stay at Yancy Academy, Naruto, being an avid reader, aced his subjects, while Percy managed to get C's and D's despite his dyslexia due to Naruto's help. Naruto practically enjoyed every class he attended and managed to ignore his urges to get up and move about, but Percy just couldn't stand sitting in class and had a hard time reading. When Naruto wasn't studying, he would sneak out of his room to go out and train. He would just leave out a clone to stay in the room to avoid suspicion and help Percy study. He absolutely loved it when he was outside at night. He felt warm under the glow of the moon, like someone's arms were wrapping around him. He also feels like someone was watching over him as he trained. The days went by pretty much the same as always. Naruto continued to ace his classes due to his love of learning. His jutsu also managed to improve his control on the wind element and decided to start learning how to use fire chakra. Percy got into a lot of trouble because he kept on picking fights with the bullies who picked on Grover. This caused him to be on probation, which meant one more incident would cause him to get expelled. The days went on just like before until one day, Mr. Brunner announced they would be going on a field trip to the Metropolitan Museum of Art. Mr. Brunner was this middle-aged man in a motorized wheelchair who always wore a frayed tweed jacket. He had thinning hair and a scruffy beard, and he always smelled like coffee. To most of the class, he didn't seem cool, but to Naruto and Percy, he was awesome and the best teacher in the school. He always told jokes and stories in class and even made them play games. Both Naruto and Percy could not wait for this event. At the same time, Percy had his fingers crossed that the trip would go well because of his previous bad track record of ruining school trips. Naruto, on the other hand, was determined to learn a lot on this trip and, of course, keep his friend out of any more trouble. On the way to the museum, the trip started out without a hitch, and Percy was determined to have normal trip without anything bad, embarrassing or even mildly entertaining happened on the trip. Well, at least that is what he thought. On the way to the museum, Nancy Bobofit, a freckly, red-headed and kleptomaniac girl, decided to pick on Grover. She kept throwing chunks of her peanut butter and ketchup sandwich at Grover. "I'm going to kill her," Percy mumbled. Grover tried to calm his friend down to prevent him from picking a fight with Nancy. "It's okay. I like peanut butter," he said while dodging another piece of Nancy's lunch. That's it, Percy said as he started to get up, only to be pulled back to his seat by Grover. You're already on probation, Grover reminded. You know who'll get blamed if anything happens. Yeah, besides some kind of miracle might happen, Naruto said with a familiar gleam in his eyes which his friends noticed. He turned around to glare at Nancy, only to have her blush at him. Despite what people think of Nancy, deep inside, she was still a girl and couldn't help but blush whenever Naruto looks her way. Fine, Percy said with a sigh, but he couldn't help but think what the mysterious pranker had planned today. Metropolitan Museum of Art. When the group arrived at the museum, Grover and Mr. Brunner's face seemed to light up as they approached. It was Mr. Brunner who led the tour into the museum. Another teacher, Mrs. Dodds, followed the group and acted as chaperone. Mrs. Dodds was this little math teacher from Georgia who always wore a leather jacket, despite her age of 50. She came around the halfway point of the school year when the previous math teacher had a nervous breakdown. So, Mr. Brunner led the group through the big echoey hallways of the museum, past paintings of different people, marble statues of the gods and a glass case of really old pottery. The first stop on their tour was at a bronze chariot that was enlaced in ivory. Mr. Brunner went on to explain that the chariot was created by the Athena and Poseidon. Apparently, Athena created the chariot, while Poseidon supplied the horses. At the mention of Athena, Naruto had a tingling sensation, like he was supposed to know something. Naruto was broken out of his thoughts when Percy leaned on over and whispered something to his ear. I bet it would be awesome to race them around Central Park. Sounds fun and dangerous, he. Naruto whispered back. Both boys gave each other a fist bump, while Grover sighed while looking at the boys with worry. Gods, these two will be the death of me. Keep up, honeys, Mrs. Dodds said sweetly to both boys, which broke them out of their conversation, only to see that they were lagging a bit behind. For the next hour, Mr. Brunner took the group throughout the whole museum. He explained the different armors of Greek and Roman origin and different strategies used in the different battles during the olden times. Naruto and Percy recognized some of the paintings that Mr. Brunner told them about in class. There was one of Hercules fighting the Nemean lion. There was another of Jason sailing across the Atlantic in his ship, the Argo. Yet another one was a painting depicting the large wooden horse that the Greeks used in Trojan War. At their last stop, Mr. Brunner gathered the class around a 13-foot-tall stone column with a sphinx on top. He explained that it was a grave marker, a steal, for a girl their age. He also told them about the carvings on the side. Naruto, Percy and Grover tried to listen to Mr. Brunner, but everyone else around them was talking, so Naruto and Percy took turns telling people to shut up. Every time they told someone off though, Mrs. Dodds had an evil look on her face and was staring at the three boys. Mr. Brunner kept talking about Greek funeral art when Nancy Bobofit snickered something loudly, about a naked guy on the steel. Percy got fed up and told her off, will you shut up? Only this time it was a little louder than he meant to, causing the whole group to laugh and Mr. Brunner to stop his story. Mr. Jackson, do you have a question? Mr. Brunner asked Percy, whose face was turning red from embarrassment. No sir, Percy managed to mumble out, causing more snickers to come out from Nancy's group. Naruto glared at the group, causing Nancy to get flustered and turn pink all over her face. Mr. Brunner pointed to one of the pictures on the steel. Well then, perhaps you can tell me what this picture represents. Percy looked at the carving and was relieved that he knew what it was. That's Kronos eating his kids, right? Yes, Mr. Brunner said, obviously not satisfied with answer. And he did this because... Well, Percy racked his brain to remember. Kronos was the king god and... God, Mr. Brunner asked. Titan, Percy corrected. And he didn't trust his kids who were the gods. So, he ate them, right? But his wife hid baby Zeus, and gave Kronos a rock to eat instead. And later, when Zeus grew up, he tricked his dad Kronos into barfing up his brothers and sisters. Ew, said the girls listening behind them. Then there was a big fight, and the gods won. Percy continued, earning a nod of approval from Mr. Brunner. That's correct, he said. Then the world came to be ruled by the 12 Olympian gods, with the most powerful being the three brothers, Zeus, Poseidon and Hades. Ever since Ever since they started to rule, the gods came down to earth in order to hook up with mortals because they couldn't keep it in their pants. Naruto spoke up, earning a round of laughter from the group. That is correct, Mr. Uzumaki. Can you tell me the correct term for these children the gods have with mortals? He asked Naruto as he studied him with amused eyes. Demigods, he answered. Part mortal, part god. Can you name some of them, then? Mr. Brunner asked. Naruto tried to think. Well, there were Hercules and Perseus who were sons of Zeus. He looked at his friend as he said the latter, knowing that he was named after him. Plus there was Theseus who was a son of Poseidon. He continued. That's correct. Very good, Mr. Uzumaki. It's good to see you are listening in class. At the back of the group, Nancy mumbled to her friends, like we are going to use this in real life. Like it's going to say on our job applications, please explain why Kronos ate his kids. As if on cue, Mr. Brunner asked, and why, to paraphrase Ms. Bobofit's excellent question, does this matter in real life? Do you know Mr. Jackson? Busted, Grover muttered with a smirk on his face. Percy tried to think, but could not come up with an answer. I'm sorry, sir. I don't know. I see. Mr. Brunner looked disappointed, but his eyes lit up again when he saw Naruto raise his hand. Sir, I guess it's because we can learn from the past mistakes of the gods in order for us not to repeat them. Naruto said. Mr. Brunner smiled. Full credit for you, Mr. Uzumaki, half credit for you, Mr. Jackson. On that note, I believe it is lunch time. Mrs. Dodds, will you lead us outside? Naruto followed the group, but Percy was pulled aside by Mr. Brunner so he could talk to him. Naruto and Grover looked back to him, and Percy mouthed, I'll see you outside. The two boys nodded and headed for the exit with the group. On another part of the exhibit where there were statues of the Olympian gods, Naruto saw some of them in the corner of his eyes. Curiosity got the better of him, so he entered the room and marveled at the statues he was seeing in front of him. He looked around the room and saw a statue of a beautiful woman wearing a dress that stopped just above her knee and was holding a bow in one hand and an arrow on the other hand. He spotted a plaque in front of the statue, and he read it. Naruto couldn't help but feel familiarity as he was looking at the statue, like all those times he was training out in the open at night as he was bathed in the moonlight. The statue's gaze just felt like all those times. He was broken out of his thoughts when Mr. Brunner wheeled in next to him. Artemis, Mr. Brunner said. Goddess of the hunt, moon, childbirth, wild animals and chastity. Hee. Sorry for getting separated from the group, Mr. Brunner. I just got curious of the statues in here. I felt like I was drawn to them. Naruto said while scratching the back of his head. That's okay, my boy. It's good to see you are interested in history. Mr. Brunner replied with a small smile on his face. Come on now, you must be hungry. As the two were about to leave, Naruto had one last look at the exhibit and saw two more notable figures. A woman dressed in battle armor, and a man with winged sandals and a helmet carrying a staff with two snakes wrapped around it. For the second time today, he felt like he was supposed to know something, but his mind couldn't wrap around it, so he just shrugged it off and headed out. During lunch, the class gathered at the steps of the museum as they watched traffic zip by across Fifth Avenue. Overhead, storm clouds were brewing, which the three just figured it was global warming or something. Despite the terrible weather, their other classmates do not seem to notice it. The trio sat on the edge of a fountain eating their lunch when Grover asked detention. Nah, Percy said, not from Brunner. I just wish he would lay off me sometimes. I mean, I'm not a genius unlike our friend here. Percy said, looking at Naruto, who was slurping on his fifth cup of instant ramen he brought just for the trip. Naruto just let out a burp, and Grover just shrugged and said, can I have your apple? To which Naruto chuckled. The three looked over to their classmates who were pelting poor pigeons with crackers. One frizzy, red-headed girl was pickpocketing a pedestrian. A few minutes later, Nancy and her friends came over to the trio and decided to dump her lunch on Grover. Oops, she said with a grin, trying to avoid the glare that Naruto was giving her. Percy was so angry that he stood up like he was to pick another fight, but he heard a wave roar in his ears. Then, all of a sudden, Nancy was in the fountain making a loud and audible splash, catching the attention of everyone, especially one Mrs. Dodds. The whole class whispered amongst themselves. Did you see? The water. Like it was grabbing her. Mrs. Dodds materialized next to them, with triumphant look in her eyes. Naruto couldn't believe how fast she got there. He didn't even see her walk towards them. Mr. Jackson, come with me. Mrs. Dodds said. No, it was me. I pushed her. Grover quickly said. I don't think so, Mr. Underwood. Mrs. Dodds replied as he glared at Grover, which scared the boy to death. But Grover tried to say something else, but he was cut off by Mrs. Dodds. You will stay here. It's okay, Grover. Thanks for trying, Percy comforted. As the two were leaving, Grover was looking at Percy and Mr. Brunner back and forth, hoping that the latter would notice. Grover yelped when Naruto patted his shoulder and asked, What's the matter, Grover? Why were you trying to cover for Percy? And why the pale look on your face? Grover couldn't answer, causing Naruto to just stand up. Wait, where are you going? Grover asked when he saw Naruto stand up. Bathroom, Naruto quickly replied. Inside the museum. Naruto went out of the bathroom only to hear screaming coming from a part of the museum. That sounds like Percy, he said to himself. I'd recognize that scream anywhere. Naruto bounded toward the sound of Percy's scream only to run into him trying to run away from something. Geez, Percy, what's Naruto was cut off when he saw what Percy was running from. Where is it? A strange bat-like creature with long talons and leathery wings asked with a scratchy voice. I won't ask again. Percy, what the hell is that thing talking about? Naruto said while he was standing up. He held a stance with one arm behind his back and the other arm in front of him in a come gesture. I don't, Percy stuttered. The creature lunged, obviously targeting Percy. Percy braced himself for the worst when he heard his friend behind him shout. Wind style. Great breakthrough, Naruto shouted as he breathed out wind from his mouth, causing the creature to be sent back flying the opposite direction. Naruto, what was? Percy was cut off when he heard a shriek coming from the other direction. They saw the creature standing up again when they heard the familiar wheelchair of Mr. Brunner wheeling in towards their direction. What ho, Percy, Naruto. Mr. Brunner threw two objects which elongated and became weapons. Naruto snatched two kunai out of the air. These pair of weapons oddly has 3 blades instead on one and was in a perfect mix of black, silver and bronze. Percy, on the other hand, caught a medium-length, double-bladed sword which he immediately recognized. They didn't have time marvel at their newly acquired weapon when the creature shouted, You will pay for that. Mrs. Dodds lunged again shouting, Die honeys. Naruto, who was quick on his feet, charged the creature. It did not have time to react when Naruto jumped in front of him and sliced at the creature's side and delivered a drop kick right at its head. Percy, Naruto shouted to his friend. Percy, who was stunned by all he was seeing, jumped into action as he saw the creature falling to the ground, making small cracks at the site of impact. Percy charged the creature and slashed across its chest as it struggled to stand up again. The creature vaporized on the spot and exploded to yellow powder, leaving the stench of sulfur in the air. The two boys looked in shock at the aftermath of what transpired. Naruto walked up to Percy and asked, What was that thing? That was Mrs. Dodds. Percy managed to stutter out to the shock of Naruto. What was that just now, the thing you shouted? Percy asked. Believe me, you wouldn't even believe me if I told you. Naruto replied. So Naruto explained to Percy where he came from, only adding to the shock of Percy. Naruto made Percy promise to keep everything that transpired to himself. Both boys were shocked again to find that Mr. Brunner was not there again, so they just shrugged and blamed everything on their imagination and decided to leave. Back at the entrance of the museum, Grover was still sitting in the same spot where they were. Clearly, something was scaring him. Beside him, Nancy Bobofit was still standing there grumbling something to her friends. I hope Mrs. Kerr whipped your butt, she said when he saw the two boys approach. Both boys were puzzled with the mention of the new name, so Percy asked, Who? Our teacher. Duh, Nancy replied, clearly annoyed. Percy just had a puzzled look on his face. Nancy got even more annoyed, so she just rolled her eyes and walked away with her friend. She took one last look back at the blonde who was glaring at her, and she ran away with a blush clearly visible on her cheeks, causing her friends to run after her. They asked Grover where Mrs. Dodds was and who was Mrs. Kerr. At first Grover stared at them and laughed nervously like the two boys were saying some sort of joke. Then, he said, "Who?" without looking them in the eye. "Not funny, man," Naruto said. "This is serious." They saw Mr. Brunner on his wheelchair like he had never moved out of his spot. They decided to approach him. As the two boys approached, Mr. Brunner looked up a little distracted. "Ah, those would be my pens. Please bring your own writing utensils in the future, Mr. Jackson, Mr. Uzumaki." It was Naruto who decided to ask, "Sir, where is Mrs. Dodds?" He stared blankly at the two boys and replied, "Who?" "The other chaperone, Mrs. Dodds. The pre-algebra teacher," Percy said. He frowned and said, "Percy, Naruto, there is no Mrs. Dodds on this trip. As far as I know, there has never been a Mrs. Dodds in Yancy Academy. Are you boys feeling all right?" Both boys just nodded, even more bewildered than before. That just left both boys with more questions than answers. Naruto had experience doing pranks. He was practically an expert when it comes to these things, but he couldn't wrap his mind around this incident. It had been weeks since that little incident happened in the museum. Naruto and Percy had been going from student to student to ask if they knew anything about Mrs. Dodds, but every student they asked just looked at them as if they had gone insane. It's just like the whole school was in on a little secret, and they were keeping Naruto and Percy in the dark. However, there was one person who could not convince them that they were just imagining things. Every so often, they would spring a Mrs. Dodds reference in their classmates, just to see if they could trip them up, but to no avail. Well, except for one Grover Underwood. Grover couldn't keep up the ruse. He would hesitate when asked, and then he would claim she never existed. This made them think something had happened in the museum. The weather worsened as days went by, as did Percy's mood. One night, a thunderstorm blew open the windows in their dorm room. A few days later, the biggest tornado ever was spotted in the Hudson Valley, touched down only 50 miles from the school. One of the current events they studied in social studies was the unusual amount of planes that went down in the Atlantic this year. Grover and Naruto started to feel worried about their friend. Percy started feeling cranky and irritable. He got into more fights with Yancy and her friends, especially when Naruto was not around. Also, even with the blonde's help, Percy's grades slipped from C's and D's to F's. Finally, when Mr. Nickel asked Percy for the millionth time why he was too lazy to study for spelling tests, Percy snapped. He called him an old sot. Naruto was really pissed that the teacher didn't know how to handle the children with special needs, but he decided to keep it to himself. The headmaster sent a letter to his mom the following week. Percy was not invited back to Yancy Academy for the next year, but Percy didn't mind. Naruto figured he was feeling homesick and wanted to see his mom again. Days passed more and more and exam week got closer. Naruto, as usual, was burying himself in books, studying for every subject he had in school. Percy, on the other hand, only studied Latin, since Mr. Brunner is his favorite teacher, of course with help from his blonde friend. On the night before the exam, Naruto was just lying on his bed resting his head from the tough week of getting ready for their exams. Percy was still trying to study. According to Percy, the words kept swimming across the page and circling around his head. He got so frustrated that he threw his book across the room. He paced the room as Naruto watched him walk back and forth. "Need help?" Naruto offered. "I would love to, but I hate to mess up your concentration, and I know your head hurts from all that studying." Naruto smiled that his friend was still thinking of him even though he needed help himself. Naruto thought for a while and said, "How about we go ask Mr. Brunner for help? I'll even go with you." "Will he be willing to help?" "Of course. He is a teacher after all. Besides, I need a walk to stretch my muscles a bit." And so Naruto and Percy made their way to Mr. Brunner's office. In the hallways of Yancy Academy, Naruto and Percy walked through the hallways of the school on the way to Mr. Brunner's office. They saw most of them were dark and empty. Well, except for one. Mr. Brunner's door was ajar and light from the room was seeping through the window. When they were both about 3 steps from the door, they heard a voice who was definitely Grover say, "Worried about Percy and Naruto, sir." Both of them were surprised at the mention of their names. What's more, They were wondering why Grover was worried about them. Usually, it would be them who would be worried about Grover because of the constant bullying. Curiosity got the better of them, so they leaned in closer to listen in. Alone this summer, Grover was saying. I mean a kindly one in the school. Now, that we know for sure, and they know too. We would only make things worse by rushing them. Mr. Brunner said, we need Percy to mature more, and besides, I'm not really sure about Naruto. He is very mysterious. I'm not sure of what to make of him. Naruto's eyes widened. Did they know who I am? How did they figure it out? He said internally. But they may not have time, especially Percy. The summer solstice deadline will have to be resolved without them, Grover. Let Percy enjoy his ignorance while he still can, and keep Naruto in the dark along with him. Sir, they saw her. Their imagination, Mr. Brunner insisted. The mist over the students and the staff will be enough to convince them of that. The mist, Naruto thought. He looked at Percy who had the same dumbfounded look on his face. But they have been asking question after question. I don't know how much longer I can keep this up. You have to Grover. I know they have become your friends during your time here, but this will keep them safe. Sir, I can't fail in my duties again. Grover's voice cracked with emotion. You know what that would mean. You haven't failed, Grover. Mr. Brunner said kindly. I should have seen her for what she was. Now let's just worry about keeping them alive until next fall. Thud. Percy dropped his mythology book, which caused Mr. Brunner to fall silent. Shit, Naruto said as he grabbed Percy and the mythology book with one swift motion and silently disappeared into one janitor's closets close by. Clop clop clop. Naruto and Percy could hear what he thought were hoof sounds on the floor, then a sound like an animal shuffling right outside the door. They could see a large dark shape paused in front of the door and stopped. Naruto sat there with a hand over Percy's mouth to prevent him from making a sound. Somewhere in the hallway, Mr. Brunner spoke. Nothing, he murmured. My nerves haven't been right since winter solstice. Mine neither, Grover said. But I could have sworn. Go back to the dorm. Mr. Brunner told Grover. You've got a long day of exams tomorrow. Grover sighed. Don't remind me. The lights went out in Mr. Brunner's office. Naruto and Percy waited until they were sure no one was outside, which seemed like forever. They went back to the dorm where to find Grover lying on the bed like he has been there all night. Sup G-man, Naruto and Percy said at the same time. Hey guys, Grover greeted back, but he frowned when he saw the look on Percy's face. Geez Perce, you look awful. Is everything alright? Just tired, Percy managed to say. Percy immediately turned away so Grover couldn't read his expression. Naruto studied Percy. He knew that what they heard a while back was getting to him. It bugged him too. He couldn't understand what kind of danger they were talking about. The next day, Naruto, after finishing the Latin, had a big smile on his face, obviously confident that he did well. Percy, on the other hand, looked like he suffered through the exam he was taking. The letters, as usual, were swimming off the page, and he was reeling from all the Greek and Roman names he had misspelled. Naruto saw Percy walk out of the door only to hear Mr. Brunner call him back inside to talk to him. Before Percy walked back in, they looked at each other worried that they may have found out about the eavesdropping they did yesterday. Naruto channeled chakra to his ears so he could listen in. Percy, he said, don't be discouraged about leaving Yancy Academy. It's for the best. He heard that Mr. Brunner's tone was kind, but he could just imagine what Percy might feel like hearing those words from his favorite teacher. Percy's not going to like that, he said to himself. Okay sir. Percy managed to mumble out a reply. I mean, Mr. Brunner struggled to find the words to say. This isn't the right place for you. It was only a matter of time. Right, he said back with a trembling voice. No, Mr. Brunner said. Oh, confound it all. What I'm trying to say, you're not normal Percy. That is nothing to be. Thanks, Percy blurted out. Thanks for reminding me. Naruto heard Percy begin to walk out. He saw the door open and saw Percy with a long face. He patted his friend on the back before walking back in to talk to Mr. Brunner and say his goodbyes to their favorite teacher. He saw Mr. Brunner contemplating on the things he said to Percy. That could have gone better. Mr. Brunner. Percy looks like he had an earful from you, Naruto said as he approached their teacher. Yes, Mr. Brunner nodded as he saw Naruto. Perhaps I may have been too hard on him. You just wanted the best for him. He will understand eventually, Naruto replied, earning a look of appreciation from Mr. Brunner. Yes, well, how about you, Mr. Uzumaki? Will you be returning here next year? I don't think so, Mr. Brunner. Since Percy isn't coming back again, I might go to where he would transfer and keep him company, maybe keep him out of trouble too. Mr. Brunner nodded. You're a good friend, Naruto. Percy and Grover are lucky to have you looking out for them. Naruto smiled. Thanks, Mr. Brunner, for everything. I guess I'll see you around. They shook hands and said their goodbyes before Naruto headed out. Last day of the term. Naruto and Percy packed their bags, getting ready to go home. Percy contacted his mom in order to let her know that Naruto might be spending the summer with them since he lived alone. They headed out once they made sure they didn't leave anything. As they made their way out, they could see everyone staring at them, more particularly at Naruto. It looks like he made quite the impression on his schoolmates. The girls watched them go out, sadly knowing that the blonde was not coming back to the school next year. Both boys couldn't care less about anyone else about the others, but they dreaded saying goodbye to their best friend, Grover. It turned out, though, that he booked a ticket on the same Greyhound as the two, so they were together again, heading for the city. During the whole bus ride, Grover was fidgety, and glancing nervously down the aisle, watching the other passengers as if worrying about bullies as usual. Finally, Percy leaned over to Grover and whispered, looking for kindly ones. Naruto saw what Percy did, so he leaned over to listen in. Grover nearly jumped out of his seat. What do you mean? We kinda listened in on your conversation with Mr. Brunner, Naruto confided, while Percy nodded. Oh, not much, Naruto said. What's the summer solstice deadline? Percy asked out of curiosity. He winced. Look, Percy, Naruto, I was worried about you too, see? I mean, hallucinating about demon math teachers. Grover, Percy tried to cut him off. And I was just telling Mr. Brunner that maybe you were overstressed or something, because there was no such person as Mrs. Dodds, and... Grover, man, you're a really bad liar, Naruto said, pointing to Grover's ears. Whenever you lie, you get all flustered and your ears turn pink. From his shirt pocket, he fished out grubby business cards and gave one to each of his friends. Just take these, okay? In case you need me this summer. The card was in fancy script which was murder to Percy's eyes, but Naruto was able to read it. The card said, Grover Underwood, Keeper, Half-Blood Hill, Long Island, New York, 800-009-0009. Fancy hee, Naruto said. What's half? Shish, don't say it out loud. He yelped. That's my summer address. Percy was upset from hearing that, while Naruto was just surprised. They never considered Grover to be rich like the other snobby kids back at Yancy. Okay, Percy said glumly. So, like, if I wanted to visit your mansion. Grover nodded. Or if you need me. Why would I need you? Percy asked. Naruto was just silent about the whole thing, not sure about how he should make of this, until he heard Percy say that. Geez, Percy, go easy on the guy. Grover blushed right down to his Adam's apple. Look, Percy, Naruto, I kinda have to protect you. They just stared at him until they heard a grinding noise under their feet. Black smoke poured out of the dashboard, and the stench of rotting eggs permeated through the whole bus. The driver cursed and limped the Greyhound to the side of the highway. The passengers groaned in disappointment at what happened. The driver went out to the engine compartment and started clanking at the engine to try and get it to work. After a few minutes of no success in tinkering with the engine, the driver announced that everyone should get off the bus. They were stopped at a stretch of country road, no place you'd notice if you didn't break down there. On their side of the highway, there was nothing but maple trees and litter from passing cars. On the other side, across 4 lanes of asphalt shimmering with afternoon heat, was an old-fashioned fruit stand. On the stand were heaping boxes of blood-red cherries and apples, walnuts and apricots, jugs of cider in a clawfoot tub full of ice. There were no customers, just 3 old ladies sitting under the shade of the maple trees, knitting the biggest pair of socks anyone has ever seen. The socks were the size of sweaters, but you would never mistake them to be sweaters. Clearly, they were socks. The lady on the right knitted one of them. The lady on the left knitted the other. The lady in the middle held an enormous basket filled with electric blue yarn. All three women looked ancient, with pale faces wrinkled like fruit leather, silver hair tied in white bandanas, bony arms sticking out of bleached cotton dresses. That weirdest thing was they were looking straight at Percy. The blood on Grover's face drained and his nose was twitching. Grover, Naruto tried to call Grover's attention. Percy, tell me they're not looking at you. Aren't they? Yeah, weird huh, you think those socks would fit me? Naruto just chuckled. Not funny Percy, not funny at all. The old lady in the middle took out a huge pair of gold and silver, long-bladed scissors, like shears. Both boys heard Grover gasp as if catching his breath. Grover pulled both boys by their arms. Come on, we're getting on the bus. Hey, watch it, both boys said at the same time. As they were about to go, the middle one cut the yarn which the trio heard across the 4 lanes of traffic. The other two balled up the electric blue socks, leaving Percy and Naruto wondering for who it might be. At the rear end of the bus, the driver wrenched a big chunk of smoking metal out of the engine compartment. Surprisingly, the bus shuddered and the engine roared it back to life. The passengers cheered. Darn right, the driver yelled. He slapped the bus with his hat. Everybody back on board. Naruto noticed that Percy was feverish as if he got the flu and Grover was shivering and his teeth were chattering. Grover, Naruto asked. Yeah, what are you not telling us? Grover dabbed his forehead with his shirt sleeve. What did you guys see at the fruit stand? You mean the old ladies? Percy asked. What about them? They're not like Mrs. Dodds, are they? Grover's expression was hard to read, but Naruto and Percy had a feeling that it was something. He said, Jay, just tell me what you saw. The middle one took out her scissors, and she cut the yarn. Percy said. Grover closed his eyes and made a gesture with his fingers. Naruto thought that he might have been crossing himself, but it wasn't. It was something much older. You saw her snip the cord. Grover said, starting to panic. Yeah, so, Percy asked, but there was no answer from his friend. This is not happening, Grover mumbled. He started chewing at his thumb. I don't want this to be like the last time. What last time? Naruto asked. Still Grover didn't answer. Always the 6th grade. They never get past the 6th grade. Let me walk you home from the bus station. Promise me, Grover said to both boys. Both boys nodded at his odd request. Is this like a superstition or something? Percy asked. Still no answer. Grover, does the snipping of the yarn mean someone is going to die? Grover looked at both boys mournfully, like he was already picking which flowers would work best at their funeral. The rest of the trip was silent. Nobody dared to say anything else. Naruto studied his two friends. Percy was visibly shaken by what happened and Grover kept mumbling to himself about some kind of failure he had in the past. Naruto just thought, Grover, what are you hiding? Brush up on Greek mythology. This rang throughout Naruto's mind all throughout the bus ride. His adoptive mother told him to do this when he got to this world. At first, he thought nothing of it, thinking that his mother just wanted to share one of her hobbies to him, but now, he wasn't so sure about it. He sat on the bus thinking about the things that happened so far. He remembered the attack of Mrs. Dodds, the bat-like creature, to which he remembered, was a fury. He also remembered that every time he took a whiff of Grover, he smelled like goat, making him remember reading about a breed then. Just recently, there were the 3 old ladies who were weaving a huge sock with electric blue yarn to the list of weird. He tried to think about where in Greek mythology he read about them. It's them, isn't it? He believed it. Could it be? It couldn't be a coincidence. Naruto, we're here. Percy called Naruto's attention. With all the thinking Naruto was doing this whole trip, he didn't even notice they have arrived at their destination. He noticed Grover was still mumbling, why does this always happen? And why does it always have to be the 6th grade? To himself as they made their way out of the bus. When they got off the bus, Grover said, guys, promise me that you will wait for me here, with hands of his pants jumping. Promise, Percy said, but Naruto was just silent, still thinking about all the things that happened. He made a beeline to the nearest restroom without waiting for Naruto's response. Instead of waiting, Percy pulled Naruto outside. Wait, Percy, didn't you promise Grover that he could walk you home? We shouldn't do this to him. Naruto protested. Look Naruto, I know this is rude to him, but I want to see my mom now. So, just choose, either come with me or wait for Grover. Naruto was torn between the two of them. He keeps Kakashi's teaching, those who break the rules are scum, but those who abandon their friends are even worse than scum, to heart, but he didn't want to leave either of them. Damn it, Naruto thought. Just a second, then. He ran to an empty alleyway and made the hand signs. Shadow clone jutsu. Keep an eye on Grover. I don't want him to get hurt or anything. Dispel when you think the time is right and do not let anyone, including Grover, see you. The clone nodded. He made a half-ram hand sign, and disappeared in a cloud of smoke. The real Naruto ran back to Percy. What did you do? Percy asked. I made a clone to keep an eye on and follow Grover. Naruto answered. Percy just left it at that, since he wanted to go home as soon as possible. Percy and Naruto caught the first taxi they could get to Naruto and Percy's apartment. Percy and Sally's apartment. Percy opened the door to a revolting sight. He saw Gabe playing poker with his friends. The television blared ESPN, but nobody was watching. Chips and beer cans were strewn over the carpet. Gabe Giuliano is Percy's stepfather. Right now, he looked like a tuskless walrus in thrift store clothes, and he reeked of moldy pizza wrapped in gym shorts. He had 3 strands of hair on his head all combed over his bald scalp like it made him famous or something. He managed an electronics mega mart in Queens, but stayed home most of the time. Despite that, he kept on collecting paychecks and spent them on beer and cigars. Naruto and Percy walked in the house. Gabe seemed to notice them. Hardly looking up, he said, So, you're home, and I see that blonde punk is here again. Where's my mom? Percy asked. Working, he said. You got any cash? Naruto glared at Gabe. He knew the drill. Gabe expected Percy to provide his gambling money, calling it their guy's secret. Single quote. I don't have any cash, Percy told him. Gabe raised a greasy eyebrow. He didn't believe him. He, like a bloodhound, could sniff money from a mile away, which was surprising since his own smell should have covered up everything else. You took a taxi from the bus station, he said. Probably paid with a 20. Got $6 or $7 in change. Somebody expect to live under this roof, he ought to carry his own weight. Am I right, Eddie? Eddie, the super of the apartment building, looked at Percy with sympathy. Come on Gabe, the kid just got here. Come on, Gabe, the kid just got here. Am I right? Gabe repeated firmly this time. Before Percy was about move when Naruto, who during his days in Yancy Academy done a lot of training with Genjutsu, put a hand on Percy's shoulder and whispered on his ear, Wait, don't. I'm going to play some mind games on him. He cast an illusion on Gabe and his friends. Naruto made all of them on the poker table see Percy dig out a wad of cash from his pocket and threw the money on the table and say, I hope you lose. Percy and Naruto turned around to go to the former's room. On their way to the room, they heard Gabe say, Your report card came in, brain boy. They didn't hear what Gabe said because they slammed the door to Percy's room. Well, it wasn't really Percy's room. During school days, it was Gabe's study, but he didn't study anything except old car magazines. He just loved to shove Percy's stuff in closets, leaving muddy boots on the windowsill, and do his best to make the room smell like his nasty cologne, stale beer and cigars. Percy dropped his suitcase on the bed while Naruto left his by the wall. Both of them had things on their mind. Percy had the look of fear on his face as he remembered Grover's look of panic when he made the both of them promise that he would walk the 2 boys to the house. Naruto, on the other hand, couldn't shake the thoughts he had off his mind. It was bothering him. Then, both boys heard a female voice call out to them. Percy, Naruto. She opened the door to see both boys sitting on the bed. This is Sally Jackson, Percy's mother and, according to him, the best person in the world. Her own parents died when she was 5, and she was adopted by her uncle who didn't care much for her. Naruto's respect for her grew when he learned that she was still pursuing her dream to be a novelist, which at the moment she was nowhere near achieving. It made him remember his old dream of becoming Hokage. All her life, It seemed that misfortune followed her, but she got a break when he met Percy's dad. She didn't like talking about him that much because it makes her sad, and Percy didn't have a lot of memories of him, only the faintest glow of a smile. They weren't married and their relationship was a secret. Then, one day, he left for an important journey and never came back. Sally termed it as lost at sea. Single quote. She raised Percy all by herself, which wasn't easy, but she never complained, not even once. She worked odd jobs and took night classes to get a high school diploma. What puzzled Naruto was why Sally married Gabe and continued to stay with him despite the way he treats her. When she first met Naruto, her heart just melted when she learned that he was just like her. She learned that Naruto was living by himself. She was relieved when she learned that Naruto was supported by his adoptive mother. She also offered Naruto to be his guardian, to which he gladly accepted, and ever since, Naruto has been coming over, much to Gabe's annoyance. So, Sally entered the room, and immediately hugged both of them. "Oh Percy, I can't believe it. You've grown since Christmas," she said, "and Naruto, I hope you loved the candies I sent you." Today, she was wearing her Sweets on America uniform, which smelled like chocolate, licorice and other candies she brought from their store at the Grand Central Station. Just like always, she brought home a huge bag of free samples. They sat on the edge of the bed while Percy attacked the blueberry sour strings and Naruto ate the orange gummies. She ran her fingers through the boy's hair and demanded to know everything the two didn't put in the letters. She didn't mention anything about Percy's expulsion, like she didn't care about it. She cared more about her two boys' well-being. Percy complained that she was smothering both of them, but secretly, he was really, really glad to see her. Sally saw a tear drop from Naruto's eyes. "Naruto, are you okay?" she asked. "Why yeah, it's just this stuff is new to me." Sally smiled and wiped Naruto's tear with her finger. From the other room, Gabe shouted, "Hey Sally. How about some bean dip, huh?" Percy and Naruto frowned. For her sake, Percy and Naruto tried to sound upbeat as they told her everything that happened. Percy started to choke up and Naruto felt sad when they remembered Grover and Mr. Brunner. When they made it to the museum trip, Percy looked at each with fear in their eyes. "What? Did something scare you?" She tried to tug at their conscience, trying to extract the secrets from them. "No Mom, no Aunt Sally." The two boys felt bad for lying, but she just pursed her lips. She didn't push them. "I have a surprise for you," she said. "We're going to the beach." "Montauk?" Percy asked, his eyes sparkling. 3 nights, same cabin. "When?" "Right after I get changed." "Naruto, you are always welcome to come." "Oh, Naruto stammered. Is it okay? I might be in the way." "No Naruto, not at all," she said, moving her hands through Naruto's whisker marks, which tickled him. "All right then," Naruto decided. Gabe appeared at the door and growled, "Bean dip, Sally. Didn't you hear me?" Percy looked like he wanted to punch Gabe and Naruto had his fists clenched while trying to control his temper. Sally's looked at both boys. The look on her face was saying, "Be nice to Gabe for a little while. Just until we leave for Montauk." Single quote. "I was on my way honey," she told Gabe. "We were just talking about the trip." Gabe's eyes got small. "The trip? You were serious about that?" "I knew it," Percy muttered. "He won't let us go." "Of course he will," Sally said. "Your stepfather was just worried about money. That's all. Besides," she added, "Gabriel won't have to settle for bean dip. I'll make him enough 7-layer dip for the whole weekend. Guacamole, sour cream, the works." Gabe softened a bit. "So this money for the trip, it comes out of your clothes budget, right?" "Yes honey," Sally said. "And you won't take my car anywhere but there and back." "We'll be very careful." Gabe scratched his double chin. "Maybe if you hurry with that 7-layer dip, and maybe if the kid apologizes for interrupting my poker game." Percy and Naruto tried their hardest not to snicker since they remembered the illusion Naruto casted. The former just managed to mumble out, "I'm sorry I interrupted your incredibly important poker game. Please go back to it right now." Gabe's eyes narrowed. His tiny brain was probably trying to detect the sarcasm Percy used. "Yeah, whatever," he decided. He took a look at Naruto and asked, "Is Blondie coming too?" "Yes, Of course, honey. Sally answered. Gabe just nodded, probably just glad that the blonde wasn't staying in their house. He shuddered when he remembered the blonde wiping him clean of money when he let him join the poker game. Thank you, Percy, my mom said. Once we get to Montauk, we'll talk more about whatever you've forgotten to tell me, okay? For a moment, there was fear in her eyes, the same fear they saw Grover had at the bus, but her smile returned. She ruffled both boys' hair and went to make Gabe's 7-layer dip. After an hour, they were ready to leave. Gabe took a break from his poker game to watch the boys lug the bags to the car. He kept groaning about losing Sally's cooking and, more importantly, his 1978 Camaro for the whole weekend. Not a scratch, Blondie, he warned as the last bag was loaded, not one little scratch. He normally saves that for me, Percy said. Both shrugged at that. Gabe made his way up to the apartment. Naruto made a half-ram seal and released the illusion. After that, both of them climbed in the Camaro. Naruto made a request to stop by his apartment to get some stuff before they went on their way. As the car drove off, one could hear a Gabe Giuliano shout out in rage. Where's my money? Montauk Beach. When they arrived at the rental cabin at sunset, Sally and Percy's faces seemed to light up. It was located at the South Shore, way out at the tip of Long Island. It was a little pastel box with faded curtains, half sunken in the dunes. There was always sand in the sheets and spiders in the cabinets, and most of the time, the sea was too cold to swim in. Despite the simple style, they both loved it. Percy and Sally started the usual cleaning routine to which they showed Naruto. They walked on the beach, fed blue and orange corn chips to the seagulls, and munched on a variety of blue and orange candies Sally had brought from work. Why blue and orange food, you ask? Well, for the blue food, Gabe and Sally had a fight about blue food not existing. Ever since then, Sally went out of her way to cook and bake blue food, from cakes to corn chips to smoothies. When Naruto came along, he got curious about all the blue food that Sally makes, and Percy explained to him why. Naruto requested Sally if she could make some orange food, to which Sally happily agreed. When it got dark, they made a fire. Sally was impressed that Naruto could make a fire so easily. Naruto just said he went camping a lot as a kid. Sally told them stories about the books she wanted to write someday, when she had enough money to quit the shop. Eventually, Percy asked Sally what was always on his mind whenever they went to Montauk, his father. Sally's eyes went misty. He was kind, she said, tall, handsome, and powerful, but gentle too. You his black hair, you know, and his green eyes. Sally fished out a blue jelly bean out of her candy bag. I wish he could see you, Percy. He would be so proud. How old was I? Percy asked, when he left. He was only with me for one summer, Percy, right at this beach, this cabin. Sally watched the flames as she explained. But he knew me as a baby. No, honey, he knew I was expecting a baby, but he never saw you. He had to leave when you were born. There was a moment of silence. Sally cleared her throat. What about you, Naruto? What were your parents like? On the first week he was this world, he wondered what his parents were like. One day, he received another note describing his parents. Today, he was giving the short version of what he read. Well, they say I look like my dad. He never knew who his mother was, so he was raised by his father. He grew up a genius. He was what you call a prodigy. He became a soldier and eventually a war hero. Through this he managed to become a pretty big deal in our village. As for my mother, they say I got her personality. She had a round face and red hair, which always got her teased. She never knew who his father was, so she was raised by her mother. She was mischievous growing up, always pranking people. She was a target for bullies, but she never backed down from them. Do you have any pictures of them? Percy asked. Naruto just shook his head. There was a moment of silence again. Percy broke the silence when he asked, are you going to send me away again to another boarding school? She pulled a marshmallow from the fire. I don't know, honey. Her voice was heavy. I think we'll have to do something. Because you don't want me around. Naruto just face-palmed internally at the density of his friend. He didn't know why his friend couldn't see that it was hard enough for his mom as it is. There were tears in Sally's eyes as she took Percy's hand. Oh Percy, No, I have to, honey, for your own good. Because I'm not normal, Percy said. You say as if it's a bad thing, Percy, but you don't realize how important you are. I thought Yancy Academy was far away enough. I thought you'd finally be safe. Safe from what? Percy remembered all the weird and scary things that happened when he was a child. Some of which he tried to forget. Naruto remembered the conversation Mr. Brunner and Grover had. I've tried to keep you as close to me as I could, Sally said. They told me that was a mistake. But there's only one other option, Percy, the place your father wanted to send you. And I just can't stand to do it. They, who are they? He asked himself, not wanting to interrupt their conversation. My father wanted me to go to a special school. Not a school, she said softly. A summer camp. I'm sorry, Percy, she said, seeing the look in my eyes. But I can't talk about it. I couldn't send you to that place. It might mean saying goodbye to you for good. For good, but if it's only a summer camp. She turned toward the fire, and Naruto knew from her expression that if Percy had asked her any more questions she would start to cry. Naruto didn't know what to say in this situation. He felt like intruding in a private conversation, so he just enjoyed the moonlit night, which reminded him of those missions that he had with Team 7. Percy decided not to ask any more questions, seeing that his mother was about to cry. The three, then, called it a night. That night it was storming hard, and the three woke up with a start. The storm had woken up Sally when a thunder boomed overhead. Percy was awoken by his weird dream he was having about two animals, a white horse and a golden eagle, were fighting, and a monstrous voice fighting in the background. Naruto's eyes shot open up when the memories of the clone that followed Grover flooded his mind. What was notable was the latter parts of the memories, particularly the area it had seen. It was the area they drove through on the way here. Naruto jumped out of bed and opened the door to see Grover was about to knock. Grover was panting. Searching all night. What were you thinking? Naruto stuttered while scratching the back of his head. Percy made me do it. Sally looked in terror, not at Grover, but at the reason of why he'd come. Percy, she said, shouting to be heard over the rain. What happened at school? What didn't you tell me? Percy was frozen, looking at Grover. Ozu kai alloy theo I. He yelled. It's right behind me. Didn't you tell her? Naruto and Percy were shocked to register that Grover cursed in ancient Greek, and they understood it perfectly. They were too shocked to wonder what trouble Grover had gotten himself into now. My mom looked at both boys sternly and talked in a tone she'd never used before. Percy, Naruto. Tell me now. Naruto and Percy stammered while they took turns explaining about the three old ladies with electric blue yarn and Mrs. Dodds. Her face turned deathly pale in the flashes of lightning. Sally grabbed her purse, tossed Naruto and Percy their rain jacket, and said, all of you. Get in the car, now. All three ran to the car, but Grover wasn't exactly running, he was trotting, shaking his shaggy hindquarters. It hit Naruto like a bullet, the goat scent of Grover, the way he could run but still limp when he walked, because, on the lower half of Grover's body, were cloven hooves. It can't be, he said to himself. The Camaro drove through dark country roads, bounding towards a place unknown to Naruto and Percy. Wind slammed against the Camaro, and rain lashed through the windshield. Sally kept her foot on the gas the whole time, though Naruto was wondering if Sally could see where they were going. Percy stared at Grover with a dumbfounded look on his face. Naruto spoke up. No, Percy. You aren't going insane. I can see it too, though I still can't believe it. Like he could read Percy's mind. All Percy could say was, so, you and my mom know each other. Grover kept glancing at the rear view mirror, though there were no cars behind them. Not exactly, he said. I mean, we've never met in person, but she knew I was watching you. He continued while pointing at the two boys. Watching us? Naruto asked. Keeping tabs on you, making sure you were okay. But I wasn't faking being your friend, he added hastily. I am your friend. What are you exactly? That, Grover was about to answer when Naruto cut him off. He's a satyr. Both boys looked at the blonde. How did you? Grover asked. My mom told me to read up on Greek mythology. I thought nothing of it, at first, but now, it's all starting to make sense. But those are just myths. Percy said. Were those old ladies at the fruit stand a myth, Percy? Was Mrs. Dodds a myth? So you admit there was a Mrs. Dodds? Of course. Then why? The less you knew, the fewer monsters you'd attract, Grover said, like that should be perfectly obvious. We put mist over the human's eyes. We hoped you'd think the kindly one was a hallucination. But it was no good. You started to realize who you are. Wah. Naruto cut Percy off. This isn't the time, guys. I sense something coming. It's big and smells like cow. Grover had a surprised look on his face as he stared at Naruto through the rear view mirror. He was about to ask what Naruto meant, but a weird bellowing noise rose up from behind them, closer than before. Whatever it was chasing them was still on their trail. Percy, Sally said, there's too much to explain and not enough time. We have to get you to safety. Safety from what? Who's after us? Oh, nobody much, Grover said. Just the Lord of the Dead and a few of his bloodthirstiest minions. Grover, sorry, Mrs. Jackson, could you drive faster, please? Sally made a hard left. They swerved onto a narrower road, racing past darkened farmhouses and wooden hills and a pick-your-own-strawberry signs with white picket fences. Where are we going? Percy asked. The summer camp one told you about. Sally's voice was tight. She was trying for my sake not to be scared. The place your father wanted to send you. The place you didn't want me to go. Naruto made a loud sigh with a hand on his face, shaking his head from side to side. Please, dear, Sally begged. This is hard enough. Try to understand. Both of you are in danger. Because some old ladies cut yarn. Those weren't old ladies, weren't they? Naruto said. Those were the fates. They appear in front of you when someone is about to die. You seem to know an awful lot about this, Naruto. Grover said. I did some thinking when we were on the bus on the way to New York. I just connected the dots. Grover was dumbfounded at what Naruto said. Sally made a hard right and Naruto and Percy made out the figure she'd swerved to avoid, a dark fluttering shape now lost behind them in the storm. What was that? Percy asked. We're almost there, Sally said, ignoring Percy's question. Another mile, please, please, please. Outside there was nothing but rain and darkness, the kind of empty countryside you get way out on the tip of Long Island. There was a blinding flash, a jaw-rattling boom, and the car exploded. Percy, Naruto, Sally shouted. I'm okay, Percy groaned. That could have gone better. Naruto managed. Actually, the car hadn't exploded, they just swerved into a ditch. The driver's side door was wedged in the mud. The roof was cut like an eggshell and rain was pouring in. Lightning, Naruto thought. We must have been blasted off of the road. Grover, Percy shouted. Grover was slumped over motionless, blood trickling from the side of his mouth. Percy shook him, but he wasn't waking up anytime soon. Food, Grover groaned. Naruto chuckled. Hee hee, as much as I find this funny, Grover, now is not the time. Percy, Naruto, Sally said. We have to. Her voice faltered. In a flash of lightning, through the mud-spattered rear windshield, they saw a figure lumbering toward them on the shoulder of the road. It was a dark silhouette of a huge guy, like a football player. He seemed to be holding a blanket over his head. His top half was bulky and fuzzy. His upraised hands made it look like he had horns. Percy gulped. Who is? Percy, Naruto, my mother said in a deadly serious tone. Get out of the car, now. Sally threw herself against the driver's side door. It was jammed shut in the mud. Percy tried his side of the door. It was stuck too. Percy looked up desperately at the hole in the roof. It might have been an exit, but the edges were sizzling and smoking. Climb out the passenger's side. My mother told me. Naruto, when did you? No time. We have to go, now. Naruto said as he pulled Sally, Percy and Grover out of the car. Boys, do you see that big tree? Sally said, pointing at the direction of the tree. Another flash of lightning. The boys saw the tree she meant. A huge, White House Christmas tree-sized pine at the crest of the nearest hill. That's the property line, Sally said. Get over that hill and you'll see a big farmhouse down in the valley. Run and don't look back. Yell for help. Don't stop until you reach the door. Mom, you're coming too. Percy insisted. Sally's face was pale, her eyes as sad as when she looked at the ocean. You are coming with us, Auntie Sally. Naruto shouted. We are not leaving anyone behind. Food. Grover moaned louder. Naruto was trying hard to control his laughter in the serious situation. The man with the blanket on his head kept coming toward them, making his grunting, snorting noises. As he got closer, they got a clear view of the thing chasing them. The thing that they thought was a blanket over his head was not a blanket at all. They were horns. The big fuzz mass that they thought was too big for his head really was his head. He doesn't want me, Sally told Percy. He wants you. Besides, I can't cross the property line. But, no time to argue, Naruto said as he picked up Sally and firemen carried her up the hill. Percy followed her. Sally was surprised when he saw another Naruto carrying Grover at his side. Both boys glanced back. They saw what the monster really looked like. He was 7 feet tall. Easy. His arms and legs were like something from the cover of Muscle Man magazine, bulging biceps and triceps and a bunch of other seps, all stuffed like baseballs under vein-webbed skin. He wore no clothes except for bright white underwear. He had coarse brown hair that started at about his belly button and got thicker as it reached his shoulders. His neck was a mass of muscle and fur leading up to his enormous head, which had a snout as long as an arm, snotty nostrils with a gleaming brass ring, cruel black eyes, and horns, enormous black and white horns with points you just couldn't get from an electric sharpener. That's Pasiphae's son, Naruto said. But why is he after Percy? But he's the Min. Don't say his name, Sally warned. Names have power. The bull man hunched over the car, sniffing in the windows. Food, Grover moaned. Shish, Naruto told him as he put a hand over Grover's mouth. Mom, what's he doing? Doesn't he see us? Percy asked. His sight and hearing are terrible, she said. He goes by smell, but he'll figure out where we are soon enough. Roa aarrrr. As if on cue, the bull man bellowed in rage. He picked up Gabe's Camaro by the torn roof, the chassis creaking and groaning. He raised the car over his head and threw it down the road. It slammed into the wet asphalt and skidded in a shower of sparks for about half a mile before coming to a stop. The gas tank exploded. Percy, Naruto, Sally said. When he sees us, he'll charge. Wait until the last second, then jump out of the way directly sideways. He can't change directions very well once he's charging. Do you understand? How do you know all this? Naruto asked. I've been worried about an attack for a long time. I should have expected this. I was selfish, keeping both of you near me. Keeping us near you. But, the bull man picked up their scent. He let out a huge bellow of rage and started tromping up the hill. The pine tree was only a few more yards, but the hill was getting steeper and slicker. The bull man was closing in. Another few seconds and he'd be on top of us. Percy got an idea and sprinted to the left and turned to face the creature. The Minotaur was bearing down on Percy with his black eyes full of hate. Percy looked like he wanted to run away for fear of the monster. Nevertheless, he held his ground and, at the last moment, jumped to the side. The bull man stormed past Percy like a freight train, then bellowed with frustration and turned, but not toward Percy, but this time, the monster charged toward Sally, who was being set down by Naruto. They had reached the crest of the hill. Down the other side, the boys could see a valley, just as Sally described, and the lights of a farmhouse were glowing yellow through the rain. But that was half a mile away. They would never make it. The bull man grunted, pawing the ground. He kept his eyes on Sally, who was now retreating slowly downhill, back toward the road, trying to lead the monster away from the boys. Naruto, Percy, run. She told them. I can't go any farther. Run. Sally was running the opposite direction, trying to get the bull's attention away from the boys. Percy stood frozen as the monster charged his mother. Sally tried to sidestep the bull just like what Percy did, but the bull man seemed to have learned his lesson. She was grabbed by the neck as she tried to get away. He lifted her as she struggled, kicking and pummeling the air. She caught both boys' eyes, and managed to choke out one word. Go. With an angry roar, the monster closed his fists around Sally's neck, and she dissolved before their eyes, melting into a light, a shimmering golden form, as if she were a holographic projection. A blinding flash and she was simply gone. Mom, Aunt Sally. Naruto fumed with anger. He could hear a sinister laughter resonating through his head saying yes, use my power. As red chakra permeated through him and his eyes flickered from the normal blue eyes to red with a vertical slit in the middle, like a fox. He placed Grover down near a tree and charged the beast. Naruto appeared near his face, catching the bull man off guard. He delivered a drop kick on his face, but the beast was able to withstand the blow because of his bulk. He went to a flurry of punches and kicks, not knowing if he was doing damage or not. The bull, on the other hand, was waving his hands trying to swat Naruto away. "This is going to be harder than I thought," he mumbled. Naruto jumped backwards to make some distance. His hands went into a blur, making a series of hand signs. Wind style. Wind scythe jutsu. The Minotaur raised its hands to cover its face and brace itself for the incoming jutsu. The wind hit the bull man and sliced through it while simultaneously pushing it back. When the monster brought down its hands, it was bleeding but, unfortunately, still alive. Seeing his mother disintegrate stunned Percy and he couldn't move, but seeing Naruto attack the bull man managed to get Percy out of his state of fear. He was at a dumbfounded look as he saw Naruto moving so fast, but was more shocked when he saw that every punch and kick Naruto delivered only seemed to get the bull man angrier. Percy took off his rain jacket and waved it in the air. "Hey, stupid, ground beef," he shouted. "ROOOOAAARRRR." The monster charged Percy, shaking his meaty fists. The bull man charged too fast, his arms out to grab Percy whichever way Percy would try to dodge. Percy's legs tensed. He knew he couldn't jump sideways, so he did something the bull did not expect. He leapt straight up, kicking off the creature's head, using it as a springboard, turning in midair, landing on the bull man's neck. "Damn, that was awesome," Naruto thought. Percy held on to the horns until the moment of impact, which nearly knocked his teeth out. He got a good grip of the horns and pulled at the horn with all his might. Thunder and lightning were still going strong around them. Meanwhile, Grover was groaning in the grass. Percy wanted to yell at Grover to shut up, but the way the bull man was wobbling around, if Percy would open his mouth, he would bite his tongue off. "Food." Grover moaned louder. The bull man was staggering about trying to shake Percy off his head. He could hear Grover's loud moaning and began wobbling over in his direction. Naruto appeared beside Percy and Naruto locked his hands on one of the horns. Both boys realized what was happening, so they pulled harder in order to change the direction the bull man was going. The monster tensed, trying to pull into the direction it wanted to go. There was a tug of war against the two sides, with the Minotaur flailing wildly like a rodeo bull until there was a loud and audible snap. The boys fell down the back of the beast, and the bull man fell forward into another tree. Naruto looked at what he had in his hand and grinned. "Hey, beef breath," he taunted the beast. "I got your horn right here." The beast turned towards their direction and bellowed in rage. He charged towards the blonde, ready grab him wherever he would dodge. Naruto summoned a shadow and began forming a ball in his hand. "Percy, get ready," Naruto shouted as he began to charge. "Giant Rasengan," he shouted as he slammed it towards the beast's chest, causing it to skid backwards until he hit a tree. Before the jutsu hit him, the bull man managed to slam his hands towards one of the Narutos, which unfortunately was the real one. It sent him flying towards the trees close to Grover. "Percy, finish him," Naruto shouted as he was sent flying. Percy charged the Minotaur as it hit the tree and drove the horn on its belly. The bull man roared in agony. He flailed, clawing at his chest, then began to disintegrate like crumbling sand, blown away in chunks by the wind, the same way Mrs. Dodds had burst apart. The monster was gone. The rain had stopped. The storm still rumbled, but only in the distance. Percy and Naruto smelled like livestock. Percy's head hurt so bad, but he managed to make his way towards Naruto and Grover. The satyr was still unconscious. "You don't look too good," Percy said. "Well, I've been through worse," Naruto replied, trying to get up. "Ow," he said, immediately clutching his chest. "What's wrong?" Percy began to walk towards Naruto, but he began to feel drowsy and exhausted from the encounter. Percy fell down and collapsed right next to Grover. Naruto felt the red chakra dissipate from his system, and he too began to feel exhausted. As he was about to pass out, he heard the clops of hooves approaching. He managed to make out a familiar bearded old man making his way towards them with a girl with curled golden hair who knelt next to him. Chiron, this one's hurt. That was the last thing he heard when everything went black. Crashh. Two boys crashed in a foot of a statue. One of the boys was wearing a navy blue, short-sleeved shirt with a high collar and an Uchiha crest on the back, white shorts. His skin was dark gray and his hair was long and dark blue. On his back, there were webbed claw-shaped wings. This is Sasuke Uchiha. The other boy was wearing an orange and blue jacket with a white swirl tassel on the left side, and a red Uzumaki crest on the back and an orange pair of pants. There was a shroud of translucent red cloak of bubbles of red chakra forming long ears on the head area and 3 tails on the rear end. His eyes were darkened around them and his pupils were red with a slit pattern on them. His teeth also grew fangs. This is Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto was surprised when a huge hand blocked his strike. The huge hand slapped him away, flying towards the foot of the other statue right across it. Sasuke gritted his teeth. I have no time to waste. This body. Sasuke closed his eyes. Naruto checked his left hand. I can't feel my left hand. That power of yours too. Of course there was a risk, Naruto said. Sasuke just smiled. Do you know, this place is called the Valley of the End, the country border. This is the perfect setting, isn't it? Like I said, the time for talk is over. Yes, that's right. The time to talk is over. Well, finally it's ending, this battle. Sasuke made the necessary hand signs Chidori. Naruto held out his right hand and a ball formed on his hand. Both boys charged, aiming their respective jutsu at each other. Both jutsu collided and exploded. Line break. A few minutes later, a tall, lovely young woman with a well-built body, shoulder-length hair and silver eyes was walking through the woods stalking an animal it had been hunting. She eventually made it to an area with a waterfall and 2 huge statues. She was surprised to see the destruction she saw all around the area. She spotted an orange figure lying on the ground and made her way towards it to check it out. When she made her way there, she saw a injured boy lying on his back with a pool of blood forming at his side. She was about to leave him to die, since she saw that the figure was a boy, but curiosity took over her. She knelt down to check his pulse. Her eyes went wide when she felt a pulse, but it was weak. As she was touching him, she had a vision of the boy's horrible past. She felt the resentment to people who should have accepted and the longing for acceptance he had. Her heart just melted on the spot, and, on a whim, she decided to teleport away with the boy in a bright flash of light. A familiar yellow-haired boy opens his eyes slowly to see another ceiling he has never seen before. One thing was on his mind with what he had seen. Why am I seeing this now? He heard a voice coming from the bed next to him asking, what was stolen? He decided to sit up. Your guess is as good as mine. A girl on the bed next to his was startled and almost dropped the bowl of weird pudding-like stuff she was feeding the boy on the adjacent bed, who he could make out was Percy. The girl looked to be at the same age of Percy, maybe a couple of inches taller than him, and a whole lot more athletic looking. She had a deep tan and curly blonde hair and her eyes were startling gray, like storm clouds. Right now, she was wearing an orange shirt with a blue skirt that stopped just before the knees and blue sneakers. Don't scare me like that, she exclaimed as she watched Naruto starting to get up. Naruto felt stiff as he was getting up, but his chest didn't hurt anymore, so he could only assume that the fox had mended his injuries. He began to stretch to get rid of the kinks in his joints. How are you up? You shouldn't be awake until tomorrow at the very least, she asked with a dumbfounded look on her face. I have always been a fast healer, Naruto said. What about him? Will he be okay? Oh, yeah, he will be fine. He just needs rest. He should be up by tomorrow, Annabeth replied. That's good, Naruto said. Well anyway, I'm Naruto Uzumaki. Nice to meet you, he said, offering a hand for a handshake with his signature smile. Annabeth looked at him slightly as if she was studying him or finding a way to take him down. She smiled and a little blush found its way onto her cheeks. She finally took her hand, shook it with the smile never leaving her face. I'm Annabeth Chase. Nice to meet you too. So, where am I? Naruto asked. You're at Camp Half-Blood. You probably have a lot of questions. Come on, I'll take you to Chiron and Mr. D, she said, leading Naruto out of the room. On the way out, Naruto saw Greek lettering all over the walls which he somehow knew how to read. That was the medical room. You were brought in after you caused quite a bit of a ruckus last night. Annabeth explained. Yeah, sorry about that. We wouldn't have made all that noise if not for Pasiphae's son trying to turn us into a shish kebab last night. He apologized while scratching the back of his head. You know your Greek history, she said, looking slightly impressed. My mom told me to brush up on Greek mythology when I first arrived in New York. That's a smart thing to do. What's your mother like? Annabeth said. Naruto shrugged. Dunno, I haven't met her yet. She wanted to ask another question, but the somber look on his face made her decide not to. She found herself staring a bit longer at him, to which Naruto noticed. Is there something on my face? He asked. Annabeth immediately looked away. Nothing. Naruto was awestruck with what he saw all around him. The valley marched all the way up to the water, which glittered about a mile in the distance. The landscape was dotted with buildings that looked like ancient Greek architecture: an open-air pavilion, an amphitheater, a circular arena, except that they all looked brand new, their white marble columns sparkling in the sun. In a nearby sandpit, a dozen high school-age kids and satyrs played volleyball. Canoes glided across a small lake. Kids in bright orange t-shirts like what Annabeth was wearing were chasing each other around a cluster of cabins nestled in the woods. Some shot targets at an archery range. Others rode horses down a wooded trail. Some of their horses even had wings. They made their way to the farmhouse that Naruto saw last night up on the crest of the hills. Down at the end of the porch, two men were sitting across each other playing some kind of card game. Grover noticed them approaching and trotted over towards them. Naruto, he shouted and gave Naruto a big hug. Hey Annabeth, he gave her a hug too. Hey Grover, both blondes said at the same time. It's good to see you awake after what happened, Naruto said. Same here. Here, they found you clutching this when they found you, he said, handing a shoe box he was holding. Thanks Grover. Naruto looked inside and saw the Minotaur horn he broke off the head of the bull man the night before. Annabeth was peering in as well, curious to see what it was. Spoils of the battle, Naruto mumbled. He then looked at Grover and smiled. Gee, thanks. Come on, Chiron would want to see you, Grover said, still excited. When they were at the porch, Naruto immediately recognized one of them to be a familiar old man in a wheelchair with thinning brown hair and a scraggly beard, wearing a tweed jacket. Mr. Brunner, Naruto said with an inquisitive look on his face. Naruto, my boy, it's good to see you are up. Mr. Brunner greeted. I was not expecting you until tomorrow. Yeah, I get that a lot, he said, scratching the back of his head. I see, Mr. Brunner responded. How about you join us? We can play Pinnacle while we talk. Mr. Brunner motioned Naruto to sit on a chair with them in front of the table where they were playing cards. Thank you for bringing him here, Annabeth. You can run along now, Mr. Brunner said to Annabeth. Annabeth took one last look at Naruto, jumped off the porch, and ran off. Well, for starters, here I am called Chiron. Grover and Annabeth mentioned you while we were talking. You mean you are the same one from the myths, the centaur who trained famous heroes like Hercules, Achilles and Jason? The very same, Chiron replied. And this here is Mr. D, our camp director. He was pointing at the other guy sitting on the table with them. The man was small but porky. He had a red nose, big watery eyes, and curly hair so black it was almost purple. He looked like a cherub who'd turned middle-age in a trailer park. He was wearing a tiger pattern Hawaiian shirt, and he looked like he could be one of Tsunade's drinking buddies. This is Dionysus, known here at camp as Mr. D. Mr. D had an uninterested look on his face. Yes, well, welcome to camp, I guess. I apologize for keeping everything from you, my boy. Chiron apologized. It's just that knowing too much would attract more monsters, placing you in more danger than you already were. Chiron apologized. It's okay, Chiron. It's just that I just wish I could have saved Aunt Sally, Naruto said with sad eyes. Chiron put a hand on Naruto's shoulders and comforted the blonde. Okay, so now here's the hard part, Chiron said. If I may make a guess, the Greek gods from the myths are real and exist to this day. Naruto said. Mr. D was beginning to take interest in the blonde. My, you seem to have an idea on what I am getting at, my boy. Chiron said. I was told brush up on Greek mythology. Plus, I was attacked twice by things we all thought were myths at first. This couldn't have to be a coincidence. I see. Chiron nodded. Well, as you have said, the gods are very much alive. Over the years, they moved from country to country following Western civilization. As you have learned in Latin class, the gods come down to earth and fall in love with mortals and, sometime, if not most of the time, this love would produce a half-human, half-god offspring, a demigod. Naruto nodded. Yes, and where we are now is Camp Half-Blood. This camp is where demigods train and hone their skills, meet other demigods and form close friendships. For many, Camp Half-Blood is a place to call home because their scents may sometime attract monsters, which makes living in the mortal world dangerous. I see. That makes sense. You seem to be taking this rather well, my boy. Well, after everything that happened, I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, I woke up in this world, which I did not recognize, and I thought that would be the weirdest thing I will see in my lifetime. Mr. D was being more intrigued with the conversation. In this world, what do you mean? Mr. Brunner asked, curious at Naruto's last statement. Since you're being straightforward with me, I should be honest with you. Naruto said, I am from another world where the people use energy, known as chakra, to manipulate the elements and perform amazing feats. Chiron and Grover looked at Naruto, speechless at what the blonde said. Only Mr. D was able to speak. Do you mean you are from the elemental nations? Naruto nodded. This isn't true. You must be lying, Mr. D said. Naruto just shook his head. He held out his hand and formed a Rasengan. Grover gasped at the sight. Yep, that is chakra all right, Mr. D said, now amused. I must say, this is a first. We have never had anybody from the elemental nations here before. But that doesn't explain why you were able to enter, since you said you were taken in. If you were a regular mortal, you wouldn't be able to enter the borders, much less see this area. Naruto nodded. I woke up in an apartment with a note from someone who said she is taking me as her own. That makes sense. Only the gods are capable of traversing different worlds. Well, what's important is that you are safe here in camp. Chiron added. Wait, hold on. What are the elemental nations? What is chakra? And what is that blue thing Naruto has made? Well, Grover. Naruto was about to explain to Grover everything, when Mr. D mumbled, I am going to need a drink for this. Then, with a wave of a hand, he summoned a glass of wine. Thunder boomed. Mr. D, your restrictions. Chiron reminded while he was looking at his cards. Mr. D looked at the wine and feigned surprise. Oh dear me, old habits. Sorry. Thunder boomed again. He waved his hand again and the glass of wine changed into a fresh can of Diet Coke. He sighed unhappily, popped open the top of the soda, and went back to the card game. Wait, wine. Why, you must be Dionysus, god of wine. Naruto exclaimed after seeing what Mr. D did. That is correct. Nice to see not demigods who come here are complete idiots. Thanks, I guess. I'm sorry, Lord Dionysus. I should have realized sooner. Naruto apologized with a slight bow. I suppose that is fine, boy. I wouldn't expect anyone to recognize me with this look I have chosen to look as while I am here. Mr. said, his respect for the blonde climbing a little bit. Naruto thanked Mr. D and turned back to Grover. Sorry about that, Grover. Anyways, Naruto went on to explain everything about the elemental nations and chakra to Grover the way it was explained to him when he was studying in the academy. By the end of it, Grover was left dumbfounded and completely gobsmacked at the new information given to him. To think a world like that existed. Who knew? He said, slumping back. Naruto put a hand on Grover and said, that is exactly what I felt when I came into this world. Grover's nose twitched when he smelled the familiar smell he always smelled when he was with him in Yancy Academy. He decided to ask, you know, I have always wondered why you smell like a fox. Naruto was taken aback by the question. His expression darkened. Grover. It's okay, Naruto. You can trust him. Chiron put a hand on Naruto. I think all of you should hear this. Naruto took a deep breath and began to explain. There are these huge masses of chakra who have taken a living form. These creatures are as tall as a New York skyscraper. There are 9 of these massive creatures, each differentiated by their number of tails. The nations in my world have found a way to seal them inside humans to harness their powers. They are called the Jinchuriki. One of them is sealed inside of me. Naruto continued, clutching his stomach. The 9-tailed fox. This gained the attention of the wine god, who almost choked on his Diet Coke. You mean you are the Jinchuriki of the 9-tailed fox? Mr. D stood up and made his way to Naruto. Let me see the seal. Naruto lifted his shirt and channeled chakra through his body. After a few seconds, the seal appeared on his stomach. Mr. D kneeled over and examined the seal. I must say, this is quite a seal. In my time going over there to taste some of the wine in your world, I happened to come across a scroll of the sealing arts left by a random drunk mortal. I tried to study it. I may not be seal master, myself, but I can spot a good seal when I see one. Whoever made this seal was a genius. It is something my sister, Athena, would be jealous over. Naruto nodded. This could be troublesome. I should keep an eye on you, since we have never had a shinobi at camp, much less a Jinchuriki. I doubt you will have some episodes since the seal is doing its job at keeping the beast at bay. But we can never be too careful. We don't need a giant fox terrorizing the place. Naruto nodded in understanding while Mr. D explained to Chiron what a Jinchuriki was. Naruto turned to his friend. He raised the box beside him and said, I got to thank you again for this. It's the least I can do, since you and Percy saved me. Grover said, his expression turned downtrodden. I have protected you better, all of you. Chiron patted Grover on the back and said, Grover, you did a good job. That's 2 more that you have brought to safety. It should have been 5. He whispered to himself. Grover, why don't you take Naruto on a tour of camp? I'm sure he is eager to see what is around. Sure, Chiron, he said, getting up and motioned Naruto to follow. I'll see you guys later, Naruto said. When both boys left, Naruto left his cards and the paper where he tallied the points. Mr. D and Chiron became wide-eyed when they saw Naruto's score was way higher than theirs. On the tour around camp, that building where we were just now is the big house. It's basically the HQ of camp and where Chiron and Mr. D hang out to play pinochle. Grover explained. Naruto nodded as he looked around. They passed by several campers carrying either bows and arrows, swords or other assorted weapons. Others had maps or books while others carried tools. Several campers nudged each other when they saw Naruto. Another whispered to his companion, that's him, one of the 2 from last night. Most of the campers he saw were older than the blonde. There were satyrs bigger than Grover, but all were wearing camp half-blood t-shirts, with nothing else to cover their goat halves. There were those staring at him like how Annabeth did. Others were trying to figure Naruto out. Some of them, specifically the girls, were staring at him with stars in their eyes. They walked through the strawberry fields where there were kids were picking bushels of strawberries while a satyr was playing a tune on his reed pipes. Naruto took a whiff of the area and found that he was sighing happily. The place smelled heavenly. It smelled of freshly cut grass and smell of strawberries permeated through the air. Grover explained that the children of Demeter took up the task of keeping the strawberry fields in good condition along with the satyrs playing magical songs to help them grow. He also added that the strawberries helped pay the funds of the camp. It may have been a magical camp for demigods, but it still needed money from the mortal world. So, Grover, how were you assigned to find me and Percy? Naruto asked, striking a conversation with his satyr friend. I wasn't exactly assigned to find you, Grover replied. Satyrs are sent out to the mortal world to find demigods and bring them back to camp safely. Yancy Academy was my second chance. Second chance? You mean you did this before? He said, getting a solemn look from Grover. Yeah, a couple of years ago, but I'd rather not talk about it. Let's just say something went wrong along the way. Grover was sad for a moment, but he shook it off and continued. Anyways, I was sent to Yancy Academy to look for half-bloods, then it just so happened that you and Percy were studying there. Originally, I thought that it was just Percy, and then I discovered you. That's when I called Chiron and he came to Yancy as well. Why was something the matter? Grover shook his head. No, not necessarily. It's just that you and Percy were giving off a strong scent, stronger than other demigods, though, yours may be because you're a shinobi and a jinchuriki. Blaha. Man, that's weird, I still can't believe that a world like that exists. You have to tell me more sometimes. Sure man, Naruto said with a smile. And Grover, I would appreciate that you wouldn't tell anyone about the fox part. I just think people would take it the wrong way and... I don't blame you, Grover said. From what Mr. D had said, most people would be cautious. But you and Percy saved me, and I spent a lot of time with you to know that you can be trusted. Thanks man, Naruto replied. After the strawberry fields, they went past the archery range where a large group of children of varying ages were firing arrows at targets. They seemed pretty good since most were hitting just around the center. Grover showed Naruto the Pegasus stables, the forges, the circular arena, the archery field, the canoeing lake, the open-air pavilion where the campers eat at their assigned tables and the amphitheater where the campers have a campfire, tell stories, and sing songs. Naruto loved all of them, especially the Pegasus stables where he saw a beautiful girl with blonde hair and blue eyes. They made eye contact and smiled at each other. Naruto was about to go follow her, but Grover pulled him saying that there was a lot more to see. Naruto asked Grover about the woods around camp. Grover said that it was stocked with monsters that the campers can go and hunt. Naruto said it might be fun and that it was a good thing he brought his bag of kunai and shuriken. Grover shook his head and said that monsters could only be killed with celestial bronze, much to the disappointment of the blonde. Grover made him feel better by saying that they can visit the forges. Finally, they made their way to the cabins. There were 12 of them nestled in the woods by the lake. They were arranged in AU, with 2 at the base and 5 in a row of either side. Not a single cabin had the same design, except for a brass number placed above the door. Cabin 1 and 2 were the only ones with almost the same design. They looked like his and hers mausoleums, big white marble boxes with heavy columns in front. Cabin 1 was the biggest and bulkiest of the 12. Its polished bronze doors shimmered like a hologram, so that from different angles lightning bolts seemed to streak across them. Cabin 2 was more graceful somehow, with slimmer columns garlanded with pomegranates and flowers. The walls were carved with images of peacocks. Number 9 had smokestacks, like a tiny factory. Number 4 had tomato vines on the walls and a roof made out of real grass. 7 seemed to be made of solid gold, which gleamed so much in the sunlight it was almost impossible to look at. They all faced a commons area about the size of a soccer field, dotted with Greek statues, fountains, flower beds, and a couple of basketball hoops. In the center of the field was a huge stone-lined fire pit. Even though it was a warm afternoon, the hearth smoldered. A girl about 9 years old was tending the flames, poking the coals with a stick. She had brown hair with a small bandana covering her hair and wore a brown dress that went down to her knees. She turned to Naruto and gave him a smile. She then walked into the flames and disappeared. Grover explained that each cabin represents one of the 12 Olympians and houses the demigod children of that said god. Naruto noticed that some cabins were empty and asked, "Why are there cabins that are empty?" "Well, cabin 2 is empty because Hera is the goddess of marriage, so she doesn't have affairs, so no demigod children. The cabin's just ordinary. Cabin 1 and 3 are empty because the big 3, Zeus, Poseidon and Hades, had a pact to have no more demigod children due to some bad past events. Cabin 8 is empty because Artemis took an oath, along with Athena and Hestia, to remain a virgin, so no demigod children. Her cabin's mostly honorary." "Mostly honorary?" Naruto asked. "Yeah," Grover nodded. "From time to time, the hunters of Artemis, her handmaidens, sometimes visit camp. When they're here, they sleep there." Naruto stared at cabin 8 and felt like something was telling him to go there, but he ignored it. "What about children of the other gods? They just stay at cabin 11. Naruto frowned. "Won't that make the cabin overflow with campers?" "Yeah," Grover nodded. "But Hermes is the god of travelers, so they accept anyone to stay there, even the unclaimed." As they were talking, a girl who had been staring at them from the cabin with barbed wires on the roof and a stuffed boar on the doorway approached them with 2 other bulky boys. "Hey, Blondie. Hey, Blondie." A buff girl wearing an XXXL Camp Half-Blood t-shirt under a camouflage jacket called out to Naruto. This girl has the height of a basketball player and the muscular body of a rugby player. By the looks of it, She seems to be the most physically adept female fighter at camp. She has dark pig eyes and pale, stringy brown hair. This is Clarice LaRue, head counselor of the Ares cabin. Or should I say dead meat? She said, earning chuckles from the two goons that were with her. All activity around them seemed to stop as the other campers around them stopped to watch the action about to unfold. Some of them looked at Naruto with a sorry look, knowing that the blonde would be beaten up on his first day at camp. The others whispered to one another about how the blonde isn't going to like what's going to happen. Oh, he's so doomed. Here we go again. Naruto turned to Clarice and her goons with an uninterested look on his face. Oh hey, did you say something? The trio had a shocked look on their faces at what the blonde said. Clarice's shock immediately turned to anger. She immediately ordered her goons to charge the blonde. One of the goons sent a punch aimed at the blonde, which sent him flying. As soon as the punch connected, he felt a sharp pain on his hand. He immediately pulled his hand back and nursed it with his other hand. He then felt something cold and sharp on his neck area. Don't move, Naruto said, causing the goon to freeze up. Grover, you better stay back, Naruto said to his friend. But Grover tried to protest but decided to step back. Everyone was surprised when they saw Naruto already behind his attacker holding a kunai on his neck. Clarice and the other goon had their mouths wide open at what they saw. They didn't even see the blonde move. They looked over to where they thought the blonde flew to, only to see a log lying in place. Clarice pushed the other goon towards Naruto. Immediately, goon number 2 aimed a punch at the blonde whose back was turned to him. Naruto, sensing the incoming punch, cocked his head sideways and pulled the kunai back, making the punch miss and head straight to the first goon. Goon number 1 was sent forward a couple of feet with his face on the ground. Naruto turned to face goon number 2 and taunted him with hands, doing the "come" gesture. Goon number 2 immediately got enraged and charged Naruto with a punch aimed at his face. The blonde caught the punch in his hand and grabbed goon number 2's arm. As goon number 1 was beginning to get up right behind him, he threw goon number 2 towards goon number 1, which knocked both of them back to the ground. Clarice, who was watching, growled at her two goons, "Incompetent, little." "Is that it?" Naruto asked with a bored tone. "If not, you better wrap it, I still got a tour to go back to." With Naruto's back turned to her, she charged. Naruto sidestepped and swiped at her calves with his leg, making Clarice go off balance. Naruto put an arm on her chest, slammed her on the ground. He stared at the girl dead in the eye. "Nice try, girl. If all three of you charged me, you may have had a chance." He offered a hand to Clarice and helped her stand up. "I'm Naruto Uzumaki, by the way." She was speechless. All she could was her name. Clarice LaRue, daughter of Ares. She took his hand and stood up. She decided not to say anything else, ran to her goons, shook them awake, and walked away. The event left her flustered. Everyone watching was speechless and awestruck at how Naruto handled the situation. Grover walked towards his friend with stars in her eyes and said, "Naruto, that was." Naruto just gave a big grin at his friend. "So, where were we, Grover?" Naruto said, changing the subject. The cabins," Grover said. "Yeah, the cabins. So, where do I sleep?" "You stay at cabin 11 until you are determined," Grover answered. "Come on, I'll introduce you to them." At cabin 11, they made it to a cabin 11 which, out of all the cabins, looked like a regular old summer camp cabin. The cabin's threshold was worn down and the brown paint was peeling. Over the doorway was one of those doctor's symbols, a winged pole with two snakes wrapped around it, a caduceus. They stood at the doorway, and Naruto took a look inside. Naruto saw that the cabin was packed with people, both boys and girls, way more than the number of bunk beds. Sleeping bags were all over the floor, like a gym where the Red Cross has set up an evacuation center. "Naruto, meet cabin 11. Grover introduced Naruto to his new cabin mates. "Regular or undetermined?" somebody asked. "Undetermined," Grover answered. Everybody groaned. A guy a little older than the others came forward. Now, campers. That's what we're here for. Welcome, Naruto." This guy who spoke was older than all the others, about 19 years old. He was tall and muscular, with short cropped sandy hair and a friendly smile. He wore an orange tank top, cut-offs, sandals, and a leather necklace with 5 different colored beads. There was a thick white scar that ran just beneath his right eye to his jaw, like an old knife slash. "This is Luke Castellan." "This is Luke," Grover said. "He's your counselor for now." "For now?" Naruto asked. Luke made his way to the doorway to speak with their newcomer. "Hey Grover, what's up?" He greeted Grover and gave him a high five. After that, he turned to Naruto and explained, "You're undetermined, so they don't know what cabin to put you in. That's why you're here for the meantime. Since Hermes, our patron, is the god of travelers, cabin 11 would naturally take all newcomers and visitors in." At the start of the explanation, Naruto noticed that there was resentment and bitterness in voice for a small while, which quickly disappeared. Naruto decided to keep it to himself. Where do I sleep?" Naruto inquired. "You can have that spot on the floor there," Luke answered. Naruto was about to move to his tiny spot on the floor, but Grover called out. "Hey Naruto, I gotta run. I'll see you at dinner." Grover waved goodbye to Naruto, gave another high five to Luke and ran off. "Bye Grover." Both boys said goodbye back as Grover was running off. Naruto turned to Luke and said, "So I need a shower, but my bag got lost in the mud when our car exploded." I'll see what I can do," Luke replied. "I'll go by the camp store. Why don't you come inside for a while?" Naruto went inside towards the spot Luke pointed to a while back, while Luke made his way to the camp store. As Naruto was walking to his spot, everyone in the cabin was staring at him, some maybe sizing him up. Naruto looked at their faces. Some were sullen and suspicious, others were grinning stupidly, and some were eyeing him like waiting for the chance to pick his pockets. Naruto got to his spot and took a seat. He noticed his new cabin mates were still staring at him, so he said, "Guys, I appreciate the attention, but you may carry on now." When the others heard that, the cabin turned chaotic again. Some were talking, while the others were horsing around. 2 of the campers in the cabin, who Naruto assumed were twins because they looked alike, were pranking some of their unfortunate cabin mates. Naruto sat on his spot letting out a loud sigh. A few minutes later. "Hey Naruto, I'm back," Luke greeted to Naruto when he got back. Luke found the blonde staring at the ceiling and, occasionally at their cabin mates. "Oh, hey Luke," Naruto greeted back. "I got you some spare clothes and a sleeping bag," the older boy said. "Thanks Luke." "No problem." Naruto made his way to the bathrooms, and took a shower. As he was under the flowing water of the shower head, he started to think. With him alone in the showers, he started to show the emotions he was keeping bottled up. He felt regret for being too slow to save his Aunt Sally. He felt so angry with himself because he could have kept an eye on her better. He punched the wall right next to him and said, "Damn it." Then, he remembered his teammate Sasuke. He remembered his hate for his older brother, Itachi. He remembered how consumed he was in hatred that he was willing to go to Orochimaru in search for power. At that moment, he resigned himself to go a different path as his former teammate. He told himself that he found a new home and he should get stronger in order to protect his new home. He also told himself that if the time comes, he will save his Aunt Sally whatever it takes. When he was done showering, he went to explore the camp by himself. He looked for places to train. He also tried the climbing wall. He got up quickly, but another camper trying to climb the wall with him almost got singed with lava for being too slow to climb the wall. Fortunately, Naruto was able to pull him out of the way just in time. He also looked for great places to hang out during his down times. He made it to a hill overlooking camp. He climbed a nearby tree, and looked out at camp. "Man, I'll never get over this view," he said to himself. He sat there for the rest of the afternoon admiring the exhilarating view of camp. He loved this place more and more. He rested on the trunk of the tree, watched the other campers doing their activities. Naruto heard a conch horn blow in the distance. He noticed that the campers were stopping their activities. He shrugged it off and lay back down. A few minutes later, familiar voice called out to him. "There you are, my boy." Naruto looked down and saw Chiron in his centaur form calling out to him at the foot of the tree. "It's time for dinner," Chiron called out. "Sure Chiron," Naruto replied and jumped down from the tree. "The conch horn signals meal time." When you hear it, you must head out to the dining pavilion. Sorry Chiron, I wasn't told about it. That's okay, my boy. Come, I'll take you to dinner. Naruto was about walk when Chiron picked him up, placed him on his back, and galloped towards the open-air dining pavilion. Dining pavilion. Chiron dropped Naruto off at the dining pavilion. Naruto was still shocked when he got off of Chiron's back. That was definitely an experience. Naruto said, shaking the shock off of him. Chiron placed a hand on Naruto's shoulders and said, "Before we go in Naruto, I should tell you that you shouldn't hold the burden you are carrying to yourself. Mr. D has informed me of the hardships a Jinchuriki faces. You should know that you won't have to face those hardships here. Do not feel that you have to hide yourself from us, we're all family here. They will be wary of you, at first, but they will learn to accept you. Everyone here has felt left out and considered an outcast at some point in their lives, so if you decide to tell them, they will understand you and accept you for who you are." "Thanks Chiron," Naruto said, wiping a tear from his eyes. "You don't know how much I appreciate that. When Mr. D introduces you to everyone later, he will let them know you are from the elemental nation, but he will leave it to you to tell them about your tenant when you are ready." Naruto nodded and the two walked in. Inside the pavilion, Naruto saw that there were torches blazing around marble columns. A central fire burned in a bronze brazier. Each cabin had its own table, covered with white cloth trimmed in purple. 4 of the tables were unoccupied, but one table was overcrowded with campers. Naruto figured it was cabin 11 since he saw Luke and the twins he saw in the cabin sitting there. Naruto also spotted Annabeth at a table with other campers who had similar features to her. The two made their way to the head table where Mr. D was sitting. As they were walking, there were a few whispers from the crowd. "Hey, that's him, one of the two from last night. Did you hear about what he did to Clarice a while back? The whisker marks on his face are so cute. He's so hot." Naruto shrugged off the comments, except for the last comment, which caused him to get a tingling sensation up his spine. Back in the elemental nations, he had a fair share of these so-called fangirls, which he had to hide from all the time. Chiron pointed at the overcrowded table and told Naruto to join his cabin mates. Luke saw Naruto and greeted him. "Hey Naruto, where have you been? We've been looking for you." "Hee, sorry about that. I went exploring for a while," Naruto said while scratching the back of his head. "Come on, have a seat," Luke offered. "Make room guys." The campers shifted to give way for Naruto and the blonde sat beside Luke. A few moments later, Chiron pounded his hoof against the marble floor, and everybody fell silent. He raised his glass and shouted, "To the gods." Everyone else raised their glass and shouted as well, "To the gods." Wood nymphs came forward with platters of food. There were grapes, apples, cheese, fresh bread, and barbecue. Naruto noticed that everyone else's cups were filled with whatever drink he could think of. Luke explained to him that the cups were enchanted and would fill up with whatever drink they desired. Orange juice. The cup filled with an orange liquid. The blonde gave it a taste and grinned happily at the taste. "Perfect," he said. Luke handed Naruto a huge slab of ribs, much to the appeal of the latter. He loaded his plate with everything he could see. He was about to devour the contents of his plate when he saw that everybody else was standing up carrying their plates to the fire in the center pavilion. This prompted Naruto to do the same. When they made it to the fire, Naruto saw that the other campers scraped a portion of their food into the fire and said a few words. He saw that they were scraping in the juiciest slice of beef, the ripest strawberry, and the warmest, most buttery roll. When it was Luke's turn, he took a cluster of fat red grapes, tossed it to the fire, and bowed. "Hermes," he said. It was Naruto's turn. The blonde took about a quarter of his ribs, the meatiest portion, and scraped it to the fire. "This is for you, Mom, wherever you are." Naruto took a whiff of the smoke before getting back to his table. He was surprised that the smell was a lovely mix of hot chocolate, hamburgers, wildflowers, and other good things that shouldn't have gone well together, yet it smelled awesome all the same. He got back to the table with his cabin mates and devoured the food that was on his plate. He suddenly remembered how much he missed ramen. The blonde caught one of the nymphs and asked if he could have some ramen. To his delight, the nymph gave him a bowl of ramen that resembled one of those videos he had seen on the internet. He tasted and concluded that it was tasty but was not as delicious as the ones he had at Ichiraku. While eating, he got to talk to the resident prankers of the camp, the two who he thought were twins. He told them of the pranks he did when he was younger, the times he had to prank in order to get the villagers to notice him. When he got to the part where he painted the Hokage stone faces, the twins practically worshipped him and called him king of pranks. He told them that, these days, he wasn't pranking anyone anymore unless there was a good reason, much to the dismay of the twins. After dinner, Mr. D, from the head table, stood up and cleared his throat to get the attention of the other campers. As you know, we have 2 new arrivals last night. One of them is joining us tonight. I'm sure you all have heard rumors that both of them have defeated the Minotaur last night. That is indeed very much true. Many of the campers began to whisper amongst themselves as if not believing what Mr. D had told them. Mr. D snapped his fingers and the shoebox the blonde left at the Hermes cabin appeared in front of Naruto. Naruto opened it and took out the contents, revealing the Minotaur horn. Many marveled at him, except for the campers of the Ares cabin who looked at him with a tinge of jealousy. Mr. D began to speak again. The one with us tonight is Naruto Uzumaki. The campers began to whisper again, wondering if that was really his real name, since Mr. D has a habit of mispronouncing names. Chiron cleared his throat and clarified that that was his actual name. Anyway, Mr. Uzumaki is not like any other demigod, Mr. D said, causing the campers to glance at the blonde. He is not from around here. Unbeknownst to us all, there is a parallel world that exists in a different dimension that exists separately from our own. This separate dimension contains another world with a complete history of about 1,000 years or so. Here, the people, called shinobi or ninja in our tongue, are able to use energy, known as chakra, to bend the elements and perform amazing feats. This world is known as the Elemental Nations. Naruto is the first demigod to come from the Elemental Nations. Therefore, please welcome him with open arms, Mr. D said dryly. Everyone was speechless. They didn't know what to say. Everyone just stared at Naruto, except for one Annabeth Chase, who was staring at Naruto like Christmas came early. Luke managed to stutter out a question. "And Naruto, is that true?" Naruto nodded. "Do you think you could show us a shinobi trick?" Luke asked. Naruto stood up and made his way to one of the stone pillars. He made a half-ram seal and started to stroll up the stone pillar as if he was walking on the ground. "Whoa," everyone said in unison. "I wonder what else he can do," someone asked in the crowd. "Very good question," Naruto said aloud. He dropped down the pillar and, with another half-ram seal, shouted transform. In a puff of smoke, he appeared as Mr. D. Everyone was looking back and forth at the real Mr. D and the copy, comparing the two. It was an exact perfect copy of Mr. D. Even the wine god was impressed with the copy of himself. Naruto cancelled the jutsu only for the campers swarm him, asking him more about his world, how he came into this world, and what other cool trick he could do. Naruto even swore he heard someone ask him if he has a girlfriend. Luckily for him, Chiron pounded his hoof on the floor again to get the campers' attention. There was a collective groan from the group. "That is enough introductions for one night. It's time for us to move to the amphitheater for our campfire." Amphitheater. After the events of dinner, the campers made their way to the amphitheater where Apollo Cabin led the sing-along. There were also s'mores that were roasted over a campfire. In the middle of the singing, Naruto sensed a presence beside him. He looked over to see who it was and saw Annabeth with eyes still in her eyes holding a pen and a notebook. "I take it you want to know about where I'm from?" Naruto asked, casing Annabeth to nod her head vigorously. "Well, all right then," the older blonde said. "Where do I start?" He started telling Annabeth about the 5 great nations named after an element with a distinct landscape and environment, and that there were one hidden village located in each nation. He explained that each nation was ruled by a feudal lord and a hidden village is led by a Kage, someone who is considered the strongest shinobi in the village. He also added that there were different smaller nations which may or may not have a hidden village. He continued by telling her about the shinobi and kunoichi who serve as the military forces of each village. He told her that, at the age of 8, children start their training at the ninja academy located in each village. He explained that academy students train for 4 years, and, when they graduate, they become genin. Annabeth asked him what a genin was, which made Naruto explain the ninja ranks and the jobs they do. He then explained that shinobi and kunoichi train to harness their chakra in order to perform jutsu and control the elements and place people under illusions. He also told her that chakra can be used to perform amazing feats, like the wall climbing technique he did earlier, and increase the strength of attacks in hand-to-hand combat. Annabeth asked how the chakra could do the latter, but Naruto told her that she would show her sometime. He explained that, unfortunately, there were those who were not able to wield chakra. To compensate, they master taijutsu or hand-to-hand combat and increase their speed and strength to inhuman levels. He ended by telling Annabeth about his former home, the Leaf Village. He told her of the leader of the village, and currently it was led by Lady Tsunade, earning a "wow" from Annabeth. She was surprised that a woman was hailed as the strongest in the village and that she was leading the village. Finally, Naruto told Annabeth about the landscape in and around the Leaf Village. He told her about his favorite spots in the village. He told her about the Hokage monument that was like Mount Rushmore in the United States, the training field where they fought Kakashi for the bell test, the library and bookstore where he spent most of his childhood reading, the ramen stand where he spent the rest of his childhood if he wasn't reading books, and other spots he liked to hang out in. Annabeth kept scribbling on her notebook, jotting down the things that Naruto. At the end, she took a deep breath and exclaimed, "This is amazing, a whole different civilization with so much to learn about it." "I take it you love to learn," Naruto said, to which Annabeth nodded her head rapidly. "Oh, absolutely. As a child of Athena, I am expected to love learning, most especially reading." "Me too. When I first came to this world, I literally buried myself into books trying to learn everything I can about this world. Right now, I am just trying to find something good to read." Annabeth's eyes lit up at what Naruto said. You're like me. Since you're unclaimed, you could be a child of Athena." Annabeth guessed, but, deep inside, she kind of felt like she didn't want it to be the case. Naruto just shrugged. "How long have you been at camp?" Naruto asked. 5 summers. She replied, showing her necklace. "I basically grew up here." Annabeth replied. Do we stay at camp all our lives?" "Well, that depends. There are those whose scent isn't that strong enough to attract monsters. They get some training over the summer, and go home to their families. Those who don't have families or whose scent too strong that they attract too much of the wrong attention stay at camp all year round." Naruto fell silent and looked over in the distance. "I'm sorry about your Aunt Sally," Annabeth said. "It's all right. I'm trying to tell myself it wasn't my fault, but I can't help but blame myself." Annabeth just put a hand on Naruto's shoulder for comfort. At that moment, the conch horn blew again, signaling that it was time to go back to their respective cabins. "I guess I'll see you around," Annabeth said. "Yeah, I'll see you around. Good night," Naruto said, and then he tapped Annabeth on the forehead, causing the latter to blush slightly. Good night." Everyone filed in with their respective cabins and made their way to their cabins. Cabin 11. Everyone was getting ready for bed. Naruto was tired from the day's activities. He was about to lie down when Luke tapped him on the shoulder. "Hey Naruto," Luke said, getting the blonde's attention. "I got something for you." Luke gave him a pair of Camp Half-Blood t-shirts and a bear leather necklace. "Since you're part of camp now, you're required to wear that necklace," Luke said. "We all have that necklace. At the end of each summer, you get a bead that contains a picture of what the head counselors have agreed was the biggest event of that summer," he explained, showing the blonde his necklace. "Thanks Luke." "No problem." 5 beads, so 5 summers, right?" Naruto asked. "I noticed Annabeth had 5 beads too." "Yeah, that's right. We basically came to camp together," Luke said. Naruto caught a little resentment and anger in his voice when he said that, so Naruto decided to stop asking any more questions. "You better get some sleep. It was a long day," Luke told the blonde. "Yeah, I'm feeling tired already," Naruto replied, to which Luke nodded. Luke walked across to the other side of the room and announced to the whole cabin that it was lights out. Naruto lay down on his sleeping bag and immediately fell asleep, exhausted from the day's activities. It was just before sunrise. It was Naruto's usual time to wake up, ever since Kakashi had been his Jonin instructor. He looked around to his roommates and saw that they were still fast asleep. As quietly as a thief in the night, he got up, made his bed, and went to the showers to wash up. By the time he was done in the bathrooms, the sun was slowly creeping up to the sky. He took a look around and saw cabin 8 was glowing just as cabin 7 when the sun was up. He did his usual stretches and ran laps through the entire camp. On his route around camp, he saw a few nymphs that were making their way to the pavilion to make breakfast. Some of them were surprised to see a camper awake way too early, but he didn't bother them, so they left him alone to his morning workout. When the conch horn blew, he made his way to the dining pavilion, only to see a commotion happening. Did you find him? No. What about you? Where could he be? He couldn't have disappeared, could he? Naruto entered the pavilion to check it out. Hey guys, what's going on? Naruto inquired. There you are. Where have you been? His cabin yelled at the same time. Oh sorry guys, I just woke up so much earlier than everyone. I didn't want to disturb anyone. Naruto apologized, scratching the back of his head. So Naruto, where did you go? Luke asked. Oh, I just went for some laps around camp. Naruto replied. That was way too early for any of us to wake up. Well, back in my world, my sensei always made us meet up early with my teammates, but he was a no-show all the time. That basically made it a habit, and it stuck with me here. Well, at least you're back. Luke turned to the rest of his cabinmates and said, come on guys. Let's eat. Now, Naruto was famished. He felt that the run took a lot of energy on that run and that he needed to eat a whole lot of food. After breakfast, Naruto went to the showers again to wash off the dirt and sweat that had gathered during his run. After that, he joined his cabin mates for an ancient Greek lesson. He was surprised that Annabeth was the instructor, but Connor and Travis told him that she was the best at speaking Greek at camp. During the lessons, Naruto picked up on Greek pretty easily. Even back in the elemental nations and when he was brought here to this world, he always had a hard time trying to learn a language. Greek just came naturally for him. He definitely enjoyed this class. As they were heading out after the lesson, Grover came trotting towards them with some news. Naruto, Chiron wanted to let me know Percy is awake and is at the big house. Really? Naruto shouted in surprise, and ran towards the big house with Grover and Annabeth following closely behind. When he got there, he saw Percy sitting in the same seat he was sitting the day before with Chiron now back in his wheelchair. However, the camp director didn't look too happy at the black-haired boy. Percy, what did you do to piss Mr. D off? Naruto asked as he arrived at the big house. At the sound of his voice, Percy's eyes went wide. He turned around to see his blonde-haired friend walking towards him. Naruto, he said, leaping off his chair to run and give his friend a hug. Thank God you're okay. What's going on? I know this is a lot to take in, Percy. Naruto comforted his friend. It will take time for you to accept who we are, but what Chiron said is true. You mean the gods being real and my mom? Naruto's smile disappeared on his face and all he could say was, I'm sorry Percy. Everyone else too, well everyone except Mr. D, felt sad for Percy. His friend just looked down in sadness. Naruto, who wanted to brighten up the situation, brought Annabeth forward and introduced her to his friend. Well anyway, Percy, this is Annabeth. She found us unconscious at the border and to camp. Percy looked up to look at Annabeth. When he saw her, his cheeks were colored pink. Naruto saw this and he was trying so hard to hide his laugh. There was silence for a few seconds as Annabeth stared at Percy just as she stared at Naruto. She was staring at him like she was studying him, or finding a way to take him down. Finally, Annabeth broke the silence saying, you drool when you sleep. To which Naruto burst laughed at the expense of his friend. After that, she sprinted off. Meanwhile, Percy looked like his pride was hurt, but his eyes went wide when he saw Chiron shifting as if trying out of his wheelchair. What a relief, Chiron said. I'd been cooped in there for so long, my fetlocks have fallen asleep. Come, I will take you to the other campers. Chiron told Percy, who was gaping like a fish at seeing Chiron's centaur form. Mr. D let out a huge yawn. Say to Grover, I'm tired. I believe I will take a nap before the sing-along tonight. But first, Grover, we need to talk. again about your less than perfect performance on this assignment. Why yes sir, Grover answered with his face beading with sweat. Mr. D swept into the big house with Grover following behind him, his head hanging low. Percy turned to Chiron. Will he be okay? Oh, old Dionysus isn't really mad. He just hates his job. Chiron replied. Yeah, I've been wondering about that. Why is here anyway? Naruto inquired. He's been grounded, I guess you could say, for chasing an off-limits nymph. He just can't stand waiting another century before he's allowed back on Olympus. That explains why he's grumpy all the time. Naruto shrugged. Wait, did you say Olympus, as in Mount Olympus? Percy asked. You mean there's really a palace there? Oh boy, this is going to be a long one. Naruto mumbled to himself and let out a loud and deep sigh. So during the whole tour, Chiron explained to Percy about Western civilization and how the gods migrated following where the flame was strongest. Naruto tagged along with Percy as Chiron took them on the same route as yesterday so that Percy could be comfortable. While walking, Percy was trying hard not to walk behind Chiron like he was on a Macy's Day Thanksgiving parade working as pooper scooper. After a long tour filled with a lot of questions from Percy, they made it to the cabins where Annabeth was waiting for them in front of cabin 11. When they reached her, she looked at Percy critically like she was thinking about how much she drooled. Naruto whispered into her ears, you should see his pillow when we were back at Yancy Academy. This caused Annabeth to chuckle. Hey, I am standing right here, Percy said. Chiron cleared his throat. Annabeth, I have master's archery class at noon. Will you take him from here? Yes sir. Cabin 11, Chiron told Percy gesturing towards the door. Make yourself at home. At that he galloped away towards his class. I gotta run too, Percy. I'll see you later, Naruto said. Percy gave a timid nod. Thanks for sticking around. No prob, he replied with a smile. He then turned to Annabeth and tapped her forehead. I'll see you later too. Naruto then left too, leaving Annabeth to introduce Percy to his cabin mates. Stables. Of all the places here at Camp Half-Blood, Naruto couldn't get over the stables. He had seen some weird things when he came to this world, but he didn't expect to see that Pegasi, the winged horses, were real. When they came by the stables again during Percy's tour, he felt that he had to go back and look at the Pegasi again. So, he made his way back to the stables to check out the Pegasi. The stables were made of wood painted in white, though some of the color was beginning to fade while being clad with a mix of brick and stone. He walked down the line watching at the Pegasi in awe. He stayed like that until someone sneaked up on him with the attempt to startle him. Hey, she shouted. Nice to see you're taking interest in the horses again. A girl sneaked up behind him and called his attention. This girl was slim and had black hair and blue eyes. Now, this girl was beautiful, very beautiful, in fact that any boy would fall head over heels for her. This is Selena Beauregard. Without looking back, he said, nice try, but you won't get me that easily. Ah, you're no fun. Selena pouted. Naruto turned around to look at the girl behind him. As he was looking at her, her eyes seemed to be changing colors like a kaleidoscope. He, then, let out a playful laugh while scratching the back of his head. So, you're in charge here? Naruto asked. Selena nodded. Yeah, I'm the instructor for Pegasus riding. Selena Beauregard, daughter of Aphrodite. You must be. Yep, Naruto Uzumaki, at your service. You have made quite the talk of the camp after your display last night. Yeah, I get that a lot, Naruto said with a bit of a chuckle. So, anyway, you are taking an interest to the horses. Yeah, even back in the Leaf Village, where I'm from, we don't see stuff like this. They're beautiful, aren't they? Yeah, Naruto agreed as he turned back to look at the horses. Would you like to ride one? Boom. Naruto was about to answer when something exploded. Naruto and Selena looked at each other and went wide-eyed thinking it was an attack. Both of them ran out of the stables towards the direction of the explosion. When they arrived at the site of the explosion, they were confused at what they saw. They weren't exactly expecting the explosion to come from the bathrooms. When Naruto saw Percy in the middle of the commotion, Naruto laughed so loud the other campers' attention shifted to him. He caught this and said, "What? Don't you think it's funny?" He neared his friend and, this time stifling a laugh, offered a hand to help him get up. So, Percy, you didn't like the bathrooms, did you? Ha ha, very funny. Percy said. Percy was looking a little worse for wear. It looked like he did something that drained him of his energy. All around him was drenched in water, including Clarice and Annabeth. Selina, on the other hand, went to Clarice, who was lying on a puddle of water dripping wet. Clarice, the camp welcome didn't go as planned, didn't it? Selina said. Yeah, something like that. Clarice replied. Come on, let's get out of here. Wait, Naruto called out before they could leave. I'll dry you off, you too, Annabeth. Naruto did a simple wind manipulation jutsu and dried both girls off. Clarice thanked Naruto, then gave Percy a murderous look before leaving. What was that? Annabeth asked. Wind manipulation. Naruto answered. Wind manipulation? Yep. Every ninja back in my world has an element they are most in tune to. It happens that mine is wind. When you master it, can make simple attacks, like throwing a kunai, deadlier, and it can come handy in chores, like drying clothes. Wow, that is awesome. After answering Annabeth's questions, he turned to Percy and asked him, what did you do to piss Clarice off? Percy told him about how in the middle of their conversation with Annabeth, Clarice interrupted them to give Percy his welcoming rights. Percy tried to leave out the part where he was knocked down to the ground when he tried to fight back, but Annabeth butted in and mentioned it, much to Percy's dismay. Then, he told him about how he was dragged to the toilets when suddenly the toilets exploded. Something about the water again. Naruto thought. To top it all off, he's completely dry. Naruto pushed that thought out of his head. He looked at his friend, and shook his head. You gotta learn how to fight, Percy. The kids here aren't like the ones at Yancy. Tell me about it, Percy replied. Annabeth was deep in thought in the place where Naruto left her. The boys went towards her, and Naruto snapped his fingers in front of her face to get her attention. Earth to Annabeth, Naruto said. Sorry, Annabeth said. I was just thinking. About what? Percy asked. I'm thinking, I want you to be on my team for Capture the Flag. Line break. A few days later, Percy seemed to love camp and the activities. It definitely helped when he learned that Naruto was in the same cabin as him. The two boys had settled into a routine, kind of like when they took classes at Yancy Academy. The first night Percy was there, he was surprised about the burnt offerings for the gods. Just like Naruto, he thought it was going to smell bad, but was proven wrong when he took a whiff of the smoke. Then, before the sing-along at the amphitheater, Mr. D introduced him to the whole camp. He was shocked when Mr. D introduced him getting his name wrong. The next day, Percy joined his cabin mates in an ancient Greek lesson with Annabeth, and they talked about the gods in the present tense. The boy was surprised that he was able to read properly from the first time. I guess Annabeth was right about the dyslexia, he thought. After ancient Greek lessons, Naruto and Percy went around the different activities trying to find out what they were good at. Chiron tried to teach them archery, which surprisingly Naruto excelled at. Percy, on the other hand, was certainly not good at all, but Chiron didn't complain even though he accidentally fired arrows at his tail more than a couple of times, which made Naruto laugh at his friend every time that happens. Both boys also tried foot racing. Naruto could keep up with the wood nymphs head-to-head thanks to his shinobi training, but Percy was always left in the dust. Naruto and the wood nymph tried to make him feel better by telling him that they had centuries of practice running away from lovesick gods, but Percy still felt a little humiliated at being slower than a tree. When they tried wrestling, Naruto, again, was great at this. He always got Clarice flat on her back. Percy, when he gets on the mat, always got pulverized, much to the glee of Clarice. There's more where that came from, she would always say. Finally, when they tried canoeing, Percy was great at it this time, much to his dismay since he thought that it wasn't heroic considering he killed the Minotaur. For Naruto, well, let's just say he wasn't good at it. The first time he got on the canoe, he couldn't get it to move forward. He always found himself moving around in circles, much to the blonde's frustration. Both boys loved camp. They considered it their new home and the campers their new family. Although, Percy felt bitter that he didn't know who his real father was. Naruto, though, still felt hopeful that he will get to know who his mother was soon. Thursday, a day before capture the flag. Today, the duo had sword fighting lessons with Luke. Percy was paired with Luke, while Naruto was paired with Chris Rodriguez. They started with basic thrusts and parries. He couldn't keep up with Luke, who was way out of his league. Naruto held his own as he sparred with Chris, but it just wasn't Naruto's taste for weapons. When Luke called for a break, Percy was soaked in sweat. Everybody swarmed the drinks cooler. Luke poured ice water on his head. Percy did the same, thinking it was a good idea. Instantly, he felt a surge of strength course through his veins. "Okay, everybody circle up," Luke ordered. "If Percy doesn't mind, I want to give you a little demo." Everyone, including Naruto, gathered around to watch. He told everyone he would be demonstrating a disarming technique, how to twist the enemy's blade with the flat of your own sword. He demonstrated the move on Percy in slow motion. Sure enough, the sword clattered out of his hand. Now in real time, Luke said, after Percy had retrieved his weapon. "We keep sparring until one of us pulls it off. Ready, Percy?" he asked. Percy nodded. This time though, his senses opened up. He was fighting Luke, toe to toe. Luke then began to press Percy harder. Since the sword wasn't balanced in his hand, the sword grew heavier the longer they fought. So, Percy went for the disarming maneuver. Surprisingly, he came out on top. Luke's sword went clanging on the ground. The other campers were silent. Naruto had a huge grin on his face, and gave his friend a thumbs up. Percy lowered my sword. Sorry. For a moment, Luke was too stunned to speak. Eventually he said, "Sorry." His scarred face broke into a grin. "By the gods, Percy, why are you sorry? Show me that again." Percy didn't want to. The short burst of manic energy had completely abandoned him. But Luke insisted. This time, there was no contest. The moment our swords connected, Luke hit his hilt and sent his weapon skidding across the floor. After a long pause, somebody in the audience said, "Beginner's luck." Luke wiped the sweat off his brow. He appraised Percy with an entirely new interest. "Maybe," Luke said, "but I wonder what Percy could do with a balanced sword." The group broke off back into pairs for them to try it along with their partners. The lesson ended when the sound of a sword clanging on the ground permeated through the sword arena. Naruto had managed to pull off the move on Chris, his sparring partner. The odd thing was Naruto had no clue what happened. He just pictured the move happening in his head and his mind just clicked as he processed the best way to perform the move. Luke looked at him curiously. He gave him a thumbs up and said, "Good job, Naruto." Thanks," Naruto said. After the sword fighting lessons, the Hermes cabin broke off to get showers just in time for dinner. At dinner, everything went just as usual, only this time, Mr. D announced that there would be capture the flag the next day. He announced that, presently, the golden laurels were held by the Ares cabin, causing cheers to erupt from the Ares table. After that, they went to the amphitheater, as usual, to have the sing-along. Friday, the day of capture the flag. Today, camp activities were temporarily suspended in order for the two groups to plan and strategize for the games that would be held that night. From what was explained to them, this was held every Friday and would serve as first-hand experience in combat. It would provide the demigods the real-life training the demigods needed to survive in the real world. For tonight's games, the camp was split into two groups, the blue team and the red team. The blue team was comprised of the Athena, Hermes and Apollo cabins. On the red team, there were the Aphrodite, Demeter, Aphrodite and Hephaestus cabins. Naruto, Grover and Percy were sitting on the bank of the lake after trying to climb the climbing wall. Grover was an expert at it, and Naruto was great at it too. Percy, on the other hand, almost got singed by the lava. Luke found them sitting there. "There you guys are," she said. "Hey Luke." The trio greeted. "What brings you here?" Naruto asked. "We need you at HQ." Luke said. "Me? Yeah, I figured you could help Annabeth out with the plan for tonight." Naruto looked at his companions. They just nodded and told him to go. Naruto turned back to Luke and said, "Come on then." So, Luke and Naruto made their way to the temporary headquarters for the games, which was where Annabeth taught ancient Greek. Naruto saw that many of Annabeth's brothers and sisters and Lee Fletcher, counselor of the Apollo cabin, were there. They had set up maps of the area. Right now there were scribbles and arrows drawn over it, indicating the plans they have come up with. Annabeth, I brought Naruto. Luke called out. Thanks, Luke, Annabeth said. Sorry to tear you away from your friends, Naruto. She told the older blonde. Nah, it's okay, Naruto said. So, what do you have in mind? Well, we have made a bunch of scenarios for tonight, but we don't know which one to use yet. We need to know who they leave to defend their flag and who they send to capture ours. Luke added. I got a solution for that, Naruto said, bringing his hands up to form a cross with his fingers. In a puff of smoke, another Naruto was formed in their midst, which caused everyone to gasp at the sight. How's that gonna help? Lee Fletcher asked. This jutsu was originally made for reconnaissance and intelligence gathering without putting the user in danger. Naruto explained. When the clones dispel, Naruto said while he dispelled the clone. The information gathered by the clone goes back to original. If I send my clones as a head before the fighting starts, we could learn their plan and act accordingly. Annabeth said, hugging Naruto to death. You're a genius. Told you he could help. Luke told the Apollo cabin head counselor. Luke, do you know what this means? She said. We now have a trump card when the hunters come and visit. Hunters? You mean the hunters of Artemis? You play capture the flag with the hunters of Artemis. Yeah, Annabeth said with a sad look on her face. Despite having the home field advantage, the hunters have won the last 50 games. Ouch, was all Naruto could say. They're that good. Yeah, they have a century's worth of experience hunting monsters alongside their patron. Naruto looked over at Luke, who stayed silent at the mention of the hunters. Naruto figured he had a run-in with them that didn't end very well. Annabeth then went back to her siblings to discuss some plans, while Naruto asked Luke to go with him to the forges. What do we need go to the forges for? Luke asked. I don't really want a sword for a weapon, he said while bringing out a kunai from his pouch to show Luke. I very much prefer using this. I was thinking they could forge some for me in celestial bronze. I don't think anyone would be there since they would be planning for the games. If there were any, they may not help you since they are on the opposite team. Well, that sucks, Naruto said with his head hung low. Let's try the armory, Luke said, which caused the blonde to perk up. Naruto nodded. So, Luke took Naruto to the armory so they could find weapons for Naruto. When they arrived there, Luke began digging for some weapons for Naruto. I'm pretty sure we don't have any kunai here, Luke told Naruto. Will hunting knives do? Naruto took a look at the hunting knives and held them in his hands. Well, they are close to kunai. I guess these will do for now. Thanks, Luke. No prob, Luke said. It's smart to stick with weapons you're good at while practicing other skills. Naruto nodded. I gotta go back to HQ so we can talk more about the plans. Luke said you can go back to Percy if you want. I'm sure he needs some encouragement for tonight. See you later then, Luke. Naruto gave Luke a fist bump and they went their separate ways. Back with Percy and Grover. Yo, I'm back, Naruto greeted his friends. Naruto found his friends still sitting on the same spot. When he neared them, he overheard them talking about stable cleaning duty and a quest. Percy and Grover turned to greet their friend. Hey Naruto. Nice hunting knives, Percy said. Thanks. Luke found them for me for tonight. Tonight, Clarice is probably gonna kill me tonight. Don't worry, there would be a lot of battles tonight that they won't notice you. I guess so. Percy was thankful that his friends were there to keep him calm. They sat in silence when Percy began to ask questions about the empty cabins. Grover explained that cabin 2 was Hera's cabin and her being the goddess of marriage. He also told him about the oath of the big three. And the brothers kept their word, no kids. Percy asked. Grover's face darkened. 17 years ago, Zeus fell off the wagon. There was this TV starlet with a big fluffy 80s hairdo, he just couldn't help himself. When their child was born, they named her Talia. Typical of him, Naruto said. So, Talia met up with 2 other half-bloods some time ago and became close. Around that time, a satyr was sent to bring her to camp, but there was nothing he could do. All 3 kindly ones were after them, along with a horde of hellhounds. They were about to be overwhelmed, when Talia told her satyr to take the other two to safety. The satyr didn't want to leave her, but he couldn't change her mind, and he had to protect the others. So Talia made her final stand alone, at the top of that hill. As she died, Zeus took pity on her. He turned her into that pine tree. Her spirit still helps protect the borders of the valley. That's why the hill is called Half-Blood Hill. Naruto and Percy stared at the pine tree in the distance, but Naruto was also amazed at the courage the half-blood had made to save her friends. At that moment, he remembered his parents who gave their lives for him in the village. Then, Percy began asking about the underworld. Grover, Percy asked, have heroes really gone on quests to the underworld? Sometimes, he said, Orpheus, Hercules, Houdini. And have they ever returned somebody from the dead? No, never. Orpheus came close. Naruto butted in, Percy, you're not seriously thinking about going, are you? No, Percy lied, I was just wondering. But, Naruto didn't believe his friend. He knew he was planning to do something stupid. Grover too doubted that Percy was just really wondering about going to the underworld, but he decided to drop it, since he had to go the strawberry fields to help with growing the strawberries. The two decided to get up too so they could take a shower before dinner and get ready for the upcoming capture the flag. The conch horn blew in distance signaling dinner time. The two boys finished washing up and changing after a long day. Dinner came and the usual offerings and toasts to the gods happened. Everyone ate a hearty meal before the most awaited games of the night. When the plates were cleared away, the conch horn sounded and everyone all stood at their tables. Campers yelled and cheered as the Athena cabin ran into the pavilion carrying a silk banner. It was about 10 feet long, glistening gray, with a painting of a barn owl above an olive tree. From the opposite side of the pavilion, Ares' cabin ran in with another banner, of identical size, but gaudy red, painted with a bloody spear and a boar's head. Those are the flags, Percy yelled through the noise. Yeah, Luke replied. Athena and Ares always lead the teams. Naruto asked. Not always, but often. Luke said. So, if another cabin captures one, what do you do? Repaint the flag? Percy asked. Luke grinned. You'll see. First we have to get one. Chiron hammered his hooves on the marble floor. Heroes, he announced. You know the rules. The creek is the boundary line. The entire forest is fair game. All magic items are allowed. The banner must be prominently displayed, and have no more than 2 guards. Prisoners may be disarmed, but may not be bound or gagged. No killing or maiming is allowed. I will serve as referee and battlefield medic. Arm yourselves. He spread his hands, and the tables were suddenly covered with equipment. Helmets, bronze swords, spears, ox-hide shields coated in metal. Here, you will need these, Luke said as he gave identical armors and helmets to Naruto and Percy. They both took their equipment and strapped them on. Whoa, Percy said, we're really supposed to use these? Luke looked at me as if I were crazy. Unless you want to get skewered by your friends in cabin 5. Oh yeah, Annabeth said you'll be on border patrol. Percy was carrying a shield that was the size of an NBA backboard, with a big caduceus in the middle. It looked like it weighed about 1,000,000 pounds. He also carried a sword that was terribly balanced in his hand. I could snowboard on one of these. Damn, I wish no one expects me to run with these. Percy thought. Percy noticed Naruto didn't put on his helmet. Aren't you going to wear a helmet? He asked. The armor is heavy enough already. Naruto replied. Plus, it would obscure my vision. Well, suit yourself, Percy said with a pout. At least you don't have a big bullies waiting to skewer you. It'll be fine, Naruto said with a thumb up. I got you. Then, Annabeth yelled, Blue team, forward. The group wearing blue horse-plumed helmets cheered and shook our swords and followed her down the path to the south woods. The red team, wearing red horse-plumed helmets, yelled taunts at them as they headed off toward the north. Naruto noticed Clarice and her buddies eyeing Percy like he was prey. Percy pulled Naruto as they caught up with Annabeth at the front of the group. Hey, Percy said, so what's the plan? Just watch Clarice's spear, Annabeth said. You don't want that thing touching you. Otherwise, don't worry, we'll take the banner from Ares. Has Luke given you your job? Border patrol, whatever that means. Percy said. It's easy. Stand by the creek, keep the Reds away. Annabeth said. As for the plan, we'll figure it out when the game starts. Naruto narrowed his eyes, remembering the look Clarice was giving Percy. Hold up, Naruto said. You aren't using Percy as bait, are you? What? Percy said. No, was all she could say. I thought so. Naruto said. Naruto turned to his friend. I'll come for you as soon as I can. Percy didn't like what was going to happen, but he trusted that his friend would come through for him. Mount Olympus. A familiar auburn-haired goddess was sitting on a couch in her temple. In front of her, there was a window-like object on a rainbow projecting a feed of Capture the Flag game, just like the other gods. The only difference is hers was focused on a blonde-haired boy among some campers with blue horse-plumed helmets. She had her hands in front of her face with her fingers interlaced and her elbows were resting on her lap. She took a deep breath. This woman was waiting for this day for a very long time, the day she would reveal to the world her son. She also worried about how her girls, the hunters, would react. But she resolved herself, and mentally asked a favor from Iris to open a similar viewing window for her girls to watch. Hunters of Artemis main camp, in an unknown location. In the middle of a forest unseen by mortals, there was a campsite that contained various different-sized silver tents with a big campfire in the middle. Surrounding the campfire were girls wearing white shirts, silver jackets, silver camo pants and black combat boots. They were enjoying their meals when a viewing window similar to what the gods and goddesses were using. One of the girls that was directly in front of the viewing window screamed as she saw it appear. Someone, get rid of it. The girl next to her screamed too. Enough. A girl who looked older than the others wearing a silver tiara on her head spoke out with authority. But another girl tried to protest. No buts, the girl with the silver tiara said. There is no doubt that thou lady is showing us this for a reason. Therefore, we will watch, and we won't complain. What are you trying to show us, my lady? Zoe thought. Murmurs of complaint were heard from the group as they gathered around the viewing screen to watch. Frowns could be seen on their faces as they watched, definitely not happy about it. Camp Half-Blood. Naruto stood among the campers in the blue team as they waited for the horn to sound. When the horn sounded in the distance, Annabeth gave Naruto the go signal. The older blonde raised 2 fingers with each hand, forming a cross. Shadow Clone Jutsu. In a puff of smoke, 10 clones of Naruto appeared, causing those who haven't seen the jutsu yet to gasp. The 10 clones, then, jumped into the trees into different directions hidden in the shadows. The original had his eyes closed waiting for the information from his. All the gods were watched in disbelief at what they watched. The gods quickly realized that the blonde boy was from the elemental nations. Meanwhile, the hunters were watching wide-eyed, having never seen anything like that before. Naruto, how much? Annabeth stood beside Naruto, tapping him on the shoulder. No doubt her ADHD was kicking in, making her restless. Wait. After a few moments, Naruto opened his eyes. Got it. Okay, there are 4 different groups. They split one group into 2 going at the left side and right side of the forest. It looks like they want to sandwich our defenders. The other group is lying in wait a little ways away from the flag to wait for our attackers. The third group is a group of 5, heading towards the border. Just as I suspected, it's Clarice and 4 of her siblings. The last is a group of 2 guarding the flag. Naruto, that is fantastic. She said, squeezing Naruto in a hug. Thank the gods you are on our team. Annabeth then divided the blue team into 4 smaller groups. They were about to send the teams out when Naruto called out. Can I modify the plan a little bit? What do you have in mind? Luke asked. I laid down a lot of traps on the both sides of the forest. It would be faster if we concentrate on defending one side at a time. How about we combine the groups to intercept the left and right groups? Then, we do a pincer maneuver on one side. That would quickly dispatch the side we decide to go on. The traps would slow down the other side until we can send a group to get there. After dispatching the first group, we can send a small group to get the flag. That could just work, Annabeth said. They rearranged their teams and headed out. Naruto jumped into trees towards Percy. Creek, the boundary line. Percy was stationed next to a little creek that gurgled over some rocks. Standing there alone, with a big blue feathered helmet and a huge shield, was Percy holding a bronze sword practicing some swings. He heard a small canine-like growl somewhere close by. Naruto made it up the trees near the creek and saw Percy muttering something about Annabeth wanting him on her team and about him being used as bait. Then, Naruto also heard the same growling sound. He was about to go investigate, but he heard an explosion from the underbrush on the other side of the creek and 5 different screams from the bushes. "Cream the punk!" Clarice screamed. The 5 of them charged Percy. Naruto threw a smoke bomb down in the middle of the group and disappeared from the trees in a swirl of leaves. The group, including Percy, were coughing and trying to fan the smoke away. When the smoke cleared, Clarice and her siblings had a murderous look on his face. "Enough games, Percy, but he didn't have a chance to answer when Clarice and her siblings continued their charge. Just then, a hand tore through the ground under one of Clarice's siblings and grabbed his ankle. The hand pulled him down underground until only his head was visible. "Get me out of here!" the Ares camper yelled. Clarice and her remaining goons stopped again for the second time when Naruto appeared in their midst in a puff of white smoke. "I hate to ruin the party, but I can't let you gang up on him," he said, pointing at Percy. "Nice timing, Naruto," Percy said. "Shut up, ninja boy," Clarice said angrily. "I will skewer him for dousing me with toilet water. Get out of the way or I skewer you too." Naruto shook his head. "Suit yourself," Clarice ordered her remaining siblings. "Get him." "Oi, what about me?" the buried Ares camper asked, but was ignored by his siblings. The 4 of them surrounded the duo and, for the 3rd time that night, charged their swords in hand. "I go left, you go right," Naruto instructed his friend. "Got it," Percy replied. Naruto then turned to face his opponents and parried the 2 swords aimed at him. "I guess they learned their lessons about charging one by one," Naruto thought. "What are you gonna do now, ninja boy?" the guy on the right said. "Now your hands are full," the guy on the left said. "I don't think so," Naruto said, disappearing in a puff of smoke. Naruto disappeared in front of the 2, leaving his opponents bewildered. "Where'd he go?" one of them said. "Come out, you coward," the other taunted. "Over here," Naruto said from behind them. The 2 Ares campers kept coming at Naruto. Naruto kept blocking with his hunting knife and avoiding attempts to bash him with their shields. The 2 thought they were overwhelming Naruto as he was stepping back for some reason, but Naruto kept coming back with slashes of his own, pushing them back a bit. They kept fighting until Naruto was backed up to a tree. "Nowhere else to go," one of them said. Naruto just grinned. "Quit joking around," the other one said as he stepped forward. Upon stepping, he triggered a trap of wire covered with leaves that tightened around his ankles and pulled him upside down, making him drop his sword. Naruto laughed out loud. "I got you. Let him go," the remaining Ares camper roared. The blonde sent a kick aimed at his chest, to which his opponent narrowly blocked with his shield. The force of the kick sent his opponent skidding backwards a few inches. When he lowered his shield, he didn't have any time for a breather when Naruto charged, sending a barrage of slashes and stabs from his knife. The remaining Ares camper almost couldn't keep up, but thanks to his shield, he was able to narrowly block them. He was able to send occasional attacks at Naruto, which he just dodged. During one of those stabs, Naruto stepped on a wet portion of the ground, which caused him to fall flat on his back. "I got you now," he yelled as stabbed down at Naruto. Poof! The Naruto he stabbed disappeared in a cloud of smoke, revealing a log from somewhere in the forest. "Dodge this," Naruto said from afar as a lot of shuriken flew towards the Ares camper, causing him to raise his shield to block them. The shuriken flew past him, hitting the trees behind him. "Ha, you!" He wasn't able to finish his sentence when a black wire pulled him back towards the tree directly behind him. Naruto walked out of the shadows laughing out loud. "Works every time. I will get you. Yeah. Naruto then turned to look at his friend, who was just about finished. At the same time, on Percy's end, he blocked the spear and sword with his shield. At that moment, he felt a painful tingling sensation all over his body. His hair stood on end. His shield arm went numb, and the air burned. The other camper saw the opening and slammed Percy in the chest with the butt of his sword, and he hit the dirt. Percy managed to raise his sword, but Clarice slammed it aside with her spear as sparks flew. Now both his arms felt numb. "Oh, wow," Clarice said. "I'm scared of this guy. Really scared." Both Clarice and her partner were too busy laughing that they didn't notice their siblings were being toyed with by Naruto. "The flag is that way," Percy told her. He tried to make it sound angry, but it didn't come out that way given his condition. "Yeah," Clarice's companion said. "But see, we don't care about the flag. We care about a guy who made our cabin look stupid." "What about Naruto?" he asked. "I don't know or care about who made your plan, but since he came to your aid, it saves us the time from looking for him," the guy said. "Plus, your cabin looks stupid without my help," Percy added. It probably wasn't the smartest thing to say. Two of them attacked Percy. He backed up toward the creek, tried to raise his shield, but Clarice was too fast. Her spear stuck him straight in the ribs. Luckily, the armored breastplate prevented him from being shish kebabbed. Unfortunately though, the electric point just about shocked Percy. Her partner slashed his sword across Percy's arm, leaving a good-size cut. "No maiming," Percy managed to say. "Oops," the guy said. "Guess I lost my dessert privilege." He pushed Percy into the creek and he landed with a splash. They laughed at him, including the guy who was buried underground with his head exposed. But then something happened. The water seemed to wake up Percy's senses, as if he just ate one of Sally's double espresso jelly beans. Clarice and her partner came into the creek to get Percy, but he stood to meet them. He knew what to do. He swung the flat of his sword against the guy's head and knocked his helmet clean off. Percy hit him so hard that Percy could see his eyes vibrating as he crumpled into the water. "Oops," Percy said. Clarice counterattacked. Clarice kept coming, the point of her spear crackling with energy. As soon as she thrust, Percy caught the shaft between the edge of his shield and his sword, and he snapped it like a twig. "Ah," she screamed. "You idiot, you corpse breath worm." She probably would have said worse, but Percy smacked her between the eyes with the butt of his and sent her stumbling backward out of the creek. Clarice saw her siblings caught in different traps, one hanging upside down from a tree branch, and the other tied to a tree with some kind of black wire. She roared in frustration at the sight. Percy turned to see Naruto was done with his fight as well. Naruto called out, "See, I told you not to worry." Percy just chuckled and both of them bumped their fist, just like every time they made Grover's bullies pay back at Yancy Academy. Then they both heard yelling, elated screams, and they saw Luke racing towards the boundary line with the red team's banner lifted high. He was flanked by Connor and Travis covering his retreat, and a few Apollo campers behind them, fighting off the Hephaestus kids. The Ares campers who fought Percy got up, and Clarice muttered a dazed curse. Those who fought Naruto also roared in frustration seeing their banner being taken. "A trick," she shouted. It was a trick. Clarice and her buddy tried to stagger after Luke, but Naruto and a clone appeared behind them, one each, and placed a hunting knife on their neck. "Don't move," both Narutos said. Luke ran across into friendly territory. The blue team exploded into cheers. The red banner shimmered and turned to silver. The boar and spear were replaced with a huge caduceus, the symbol of Cabin 11. Everybody picked up Luke and started carrying him around on their shoulders. Chiron cantered out from the woods and blew the conch horn. The game was over, the blue team won. "Hey, what about us? Those tied in traps and the guy buried underground complained." Naruto threw kunai aiming at the black wire. The one hanging on the tree branch fell down on another Hephaestus camper who was chasing Luke a while back. The one tied to a tree was freed. With a half-ram seal, the ground opened up just a little to give way for the last trapped Ares camper to climb out. Out of nowhere, a disembodied voice spoke right next to Percy. "Not bad, hero," the voice said to Percy. "Where the heck did you learn to fight like that?" she asked. The air shimmered, and she materialized, holding a Yankees baseball cap as if she'd just taken it off her head. She turned to Naruto and said, "Naruto, those plans were brilliant." They were immediately overwhelmed, and that fighting, she swooned. Naruto chuckled while scratching the back of his head. "You were watching the whole time. Where were you when Clarice tried to skewer me?" "I came as fast as I could. I was about to jump in, but..." Annabeth shrugged. "You didn't need help." Then she noticed Percy's wounded arm. "How did you do that?" "Sword cut," Percy said. "What do you think?" "Wait, you have a sword cut?" Naruto asked. No, he had a sword cut. Look at it. Annabeth shook his head pointing at the wound. The blood was gone. Where the huge cut had been, there was a long white scratch, and even that was fading. As Naruto and Percy watched, it turned into a small scar, and disappeared. Yet another thing with the water. Naruto thought. I don't get it, Percy said. As slow as ever, Percy, Naruto said, making his friend growl in annoyance at the blonde's comment. Annabeth was thinking hard. She looked down at Percy's feet, then at Clarice's broken spear, and said, "Step out of the water, Percy." What? Naruto caught on and encouraged his friend. It's okay, Percy. Just do it. Percy came out of the creek and immediately felt bone tired. His arms started to go numb again. His adrenaline rush left him. I almost fell over, but Naruto caught him. Oh, sticks, Annabeth cursed. This is not good. I didn't want. I assumed it would be Zeus. Really? You still assumed it was Zeus after the bathroom incident? Naruto asked, to which Annabeth just glared at him. Just then, everyone gasped when a bright light shone over Percy's head. The light died down and revealed a hologram of a green glowing trident floating above Percy's head. It has been determined, Chiron said. My father? Percy asked, completely bewildered. Annabeth nodded. This is really not good. Poseidon, Chiron said. Earthshaker, Stormbringer, father of horses. Hail, Perseus Jackson, son of the sea god. Many began to kneel to Percy, including Clarice, though she didn't look happy about it. Naruto's head perked up when he heard the growling sound again. This time, he had a chance to sniff the air. He picked up the scent of embers and a dog. He stood up and looked towards the bush. Chiron saw him and asked, "What's wrong, my boy?" Naruto didn't answer. Instead, he threw a hunting knife towards the bushes. The sound of a dog crying in pain sounded through the air. A black hound the size of a rhino, with lava-red eyes and fangs like daggers, jumped out of the bushes, clearly looking at Percy like he was prey. Everyone drew their weapons. Chiron shouted something in ancient Greek which Naruto understood as "stand ready." My bow. A hellhound, someone shouted. The hellhound jumped at Percy. Everyone else was frozen in place, including Percy. Only Annabeth was able to move, trying to get in front of Percy. She shouted, "Percy, run!" As fast as the hellhound, Naruto jumped in front of Percy with a blue orb formed on his hand. He kicked the hellhound's face upward until his belly was exposed. He thrust the orb on his belly, shouting, "Rasengan." The attack sent the mutt flying back towards the trees. The hellhound was beginning to get up with his belly starting to mend. Naruto grabbed a bow from a nearby Apollo camper and notched 3 arrows. He fired at hellhound. The arrows hit the hellhound's vital organs, killing it instantly. Naruto lowered his bow and returned it back to the Apollo camper. That was amazing. A camper shouted from the crowd. Everyone was about to swarm him when another bright light shone, this time above Naruto's head. Many of the girls in the group, realizing what was happening, had their fingers crossed, hoping he was not related to them. When the light died down, it revealed a silvery image of a bow and arrow with a crescent moon behind it. Naruto looked at it too. His eyes, including everyone else's, widened when they saw the symbol above his head. They had been seeing this symbol every day on Cabin 8, but they never expected seeing this symbol when someone was claimed. There were murmurs in the crowd. It can't be. This must be a mistake. What does this mean? But, her oath. All murmurs died down when Chiron spoke out. It has been determined. Artemis, he said, goddess of the hunt, archery, moon and the wilderness. Hail, Naruto Uzumaki, son of the huntress. Line break. Mount Olympus, just before the Naruto's claiming. Everyone watching the game was amazed at the fighting prowess of this blonde-haired boy, Naruto, from the Hermes cabin, including Ares, who had seen his son's asses handed to them. They were even more amazed at seeing Naruto's plan get executed by his teammates. The chests of Hermes, Apollo and Athena swelled with pride after Blue Team, which contained the cabins of their children, won the game. "Uh-oh, Zeus' father won't like that," the gods and goddesses said when Poseidon claimed his child. Thunder boomed in the distance. They even heard Zeus bellow in rage when he learned of this. A wave of panic and worry were felt by the gods when they heard the growl of a hellhound from the fields of punishment. They were surprised Naruto finished off the hellhound quickly, protecting Percy from being the mutt's dinner. "You are just like your parents, always protecting everyone," a familiar auburn-haired goddess with silvery yellow eyes like the winter morning said as she watched Naruto dispatch the hellhound. "This is Artemis, goddess of the hunt, moon, archery and the wilderness." She smiled and said, "I guess it's time." She focused her energy on Naruto. On the viewing screen, a bright light shone above Naruto's head. When the light died down, she could see the look on disbelief on everyone at camp had, including her son. All over Olympus, different reactions from the gods and goddesses can be heard from her temple, especially Apollo, who was elated at finally having a nephew, and Aphrodite thinking Artemis finally had taken her advice and finding a man to love. Sitting on the couch in her temple, she could feel the different energy signatures of the other gods and goddesses approaching. Hunters of Artemis main camp, after Naruto's claiming. The mouths of the hunters fell open when they saw the symbol of their patron appear above the head of Naruto. They couldn't believe what their eyes were seeing. "This has to be a trick," one of the hunters shouted. "Lady Artemis would never break her oath." Another one complained. "Zoe, what do you?" someone was about to ask when a loud thud could be heard. They looked over to see their lieutenant lying on the floor passing out from shock. "Zoe," they all shouted as they gathered around her, fanning her and checking her over. Those who weren't taking care of Zoe prayed to their patron to explain to them everything that was happening. Then, a bright light appeared engulfing the group, teleporting everyone away. Artemis sat on the couch in her temple. She had been waiting for the right moment in order to claim Naruto as her son. She decided that today was the best time to do so. She looked at the screen. She saw her son quickly dispatch a hellhound about to attack his friend. Though, she was disappointed that her son wasn't using a bow and arrow for himself. On the screen, she saw that all the campers were staring at Naruto. "Here goes nothing," she said to herself. She closed her eyes, focusing her energy on her son. All around her, she felt spikes of energy coming towards her temple. The other gods have already learned of this. Definitely, they were coming over to ask her what happened. The first to arrive was Apollo, her twin brother. He was screaming outside her temple, "Little sis, why didn't you tell me?" Next to arrive was Aphrodite. She was also screaming, "It's finally happened. Tell me." One by one all the other gods began to arrive, even Hera, surprisingly. Now there was a commotion outside her temple. Artemis went out to meet them. I know. I have a lot to explain, but there are a few others would want to hear this." She snapped her fingers. In a flash of bright light, the hunters of Artemis appeared in Olympus just outside her temple. When the hunters came to, they realized that they were not in their camp anymore. They looked around and saw the gods, including their mistress, present. As soon as they saw Artemis, they started to swarm her. They were yelling and protesting about what they just saw. "Girls, enough," she said. "I will explain myself." She took a deep breath before saying, "First of all, Aphrodite, it's not what you think." Aphrodite groaned. "As you are aware, there is a young boy from the elemental nations right now in Camp Half-Blood who I claimed as my son. As you know, I seldom visit this world to hunt some of their animals that are not even found in this world. In my first visit, I sensed these masses of energy in the form of huge creatures. The tailed beasts," Hermes said. Artemis nodded. "During one of my visits, I decided to see these animals for myself and hunt them down. I appeared in a forest near some high walls of a village. Surprisingly, I sensed one of those beasts inside the village, so I disguised myself as one of the maidens and entered the village. I tracked down the beast down in a house. I entered the house unnoticed, but I couldn't see the fox anywhere. All I could see were humans inside." She paused for a bit. "Oddly, though, I could sense the beast coming from the woman in the group. I sensed that there was a seal keeping the beast at bay. So, I decided to enter the seal myself. Once inside, I discovered that the beast inside the seal was a fox, a huge fox with 9 tails. Gasps were heard from the hunters. What I didn't expect as well was that the woman was carrying a child. The fox wasn't too happy about this. In fact, he was bitter for being sealed inside humans and used as a weapon. But that's not what I was explaining. Anyway, we had a chat, so I stayed there for quite a while. I didn't know that the fox, inside the seal, was influencing how the child would look like. During my time in the seal, my essence was transferred to the child, just like the fox. So, that's why Athena said, yes, what he inherited from me is there, but it's subtle. I'm surprised you noticed. You won't even notice it if you don't pay close attention. So, in a way, you could say he's my child too. But, why is he here? One of the hunters asked. 13 years later, I went back to the elemental nations to hunt again. I was following my prey through a forested area. I kept following it until it led me into a waterfall with two big statues on both sides. I could see that a big fight has recently occurred in the area. Below the cliff, I noticed an orange figure lying on the ground. I decided to investigate. At first, I was disappointed because the white figure I saw was a boy. Groans could be heard from the hunters. I studied him before going to leave him there to die. I decided against that idea when I noticed subtle auburn streaks in his hair. There were whisker marks on his cheeks which reminded me of the fox I hunted in the past. When I knelt down to touch him, I felt my essence coursing through him. I sensed him as the same child that the woman I saw, all those years ago. Because of that, I decided to take him in. Won't they be looking for him? I went back to the area where I found him and saw a man looking for him. I approached him and talked to him. I learned about his horrible past which explained the bitterness and resentment the boy was harboring. We went back to the village and I talked to the village leader, who surprisingly was a woman. Basically, after some tests, they concluded that we were related, and they allowed him to come home with me after making necessary arrangements. And he's a Jinchuriki, right? Athena asked. Artemis nodded. Father's going to be paranoid about him again. He's always like that, Hera said. But, little sis, Apollo said, changing the subject. You still didn't answer my question. Why didn't you tell me? Because, I know you would overreact like that as usual. Artemis replied. Ares also spoke up. The little punk ain't bad. Could make a good challenge. Artemis shot him a murderous look. Don't you dare. Aphrodite had scowl on her face. I thought you took my advice about finding someone. Artemis shook her head. Never, Aphrodite, never. You know I have an oath. Aphrodite's face lit up when an idea lit up in her mind. She squealed, I'm going to give him a great love life. She just looked at Aphrodite and sighed. I knew it, she thought. She looked over to her hunters. They were shuffling nervously at their seats. Clearly they didn't know how to take this all in. Girls, she said, getting the girls' attention. What do you feel about this? Zoe spoke up for the group. My lady, we are relieved that you have still kept your oath. We really thought that you have broken your oath when you claimed him as your son. As for your son, he being a boy already puts him in a bad light. We just don't know. We have to meet him ourselves for us to judge him properly. Artemis nodded, accepting their answers. Do you all feel this way? She asked. The hunters nodded. I think this is much excitement for one day. I believe it's time for us to leave. Hera said. We came here for an explanation and we were given one. Plus, after Poseidon's claiming, Zeus would probably be in a bad mood. One by one the gods walked towards her and congratulated her before going out on their own ways. The last one to leave was Apollo and Hephaestus. I was not expecting for me to have a nephew from me sister, so I'll try to keep an eye on him. Apollo said before leaving. Thanks, Artemis replied. Apollo patted her head, treating her as his little sister, much to Artemis' great dislike. Hephaestus handed Artemis a ninja pouch similar to that of Naruto's. Here, I just finished your order. I believe I understand who it is for now, he said. Thank you, anytime. After that, Hephaestus made his way back to his forges. Artemis turned to her hunters. Thank you for understanding, girls. I know this is all of a sudden for you. One of the hunters spoke up. Since he had inherited some parts of you, he may not be so bad. There were murmurs of agreement from the other hunters. Though he will have to prove himself to us. Zoe said. Thank you, girls, she said gratefully. She then clicked her fingers and the hunters disappeared in a flash of light. Camp Half-Blood. Naruto sat on a bench in the center of the cabins looking at his mother's cabin. Just a few minutes ago, Artemis claimed him as her son, though it is still unclear to him. Beside him was his best friend, Percy, who, just like him, was claimed by his father. All around them, the campers were staring at them. They were staring at Naruto like he might be a mistake, even though Chiron already told them that the gods don't make mistakes when it comes to claiming. For Percy, many were shocked that Poseidon claimed him as a son. This meant that Poseidon has broken the pact between the big three. It definitely was a bad sign. So, I guess we aren't roommates anymore, Naruto said, breaking the silence. I guess not, Percy replied. Naruto looked at the campers who were staring at them. The last time he was stared at like this was when he was a little kid. Thankfully, these stares were not hateful stares, unlike the villagers of the Hidden Leaf. And unlike the last time, he was not alone. Naruto continued to talk to his friend so he could try to ignore the stares. Taking in the moonlight that night definitely made him feel better. Chiron trotted towards them. Those were some surprising claims. The whole camp has still been reeling from that. Now, though, we have to move you into your parents' cabin, he said. Percy, you will go to cabin 3, he said, pointing towards the cabin that looked like it was made of sea rock. He turned to Naruto, and you Naruto, you will go to cabin 8, he said, hesitantly pointing to the cabin glowing in the moonlight. Now go get your things from cabin 11. Percy and Naruto went on their way. They didn't forget to thank Luke for helping them on their first days and for taking them in when they didn't know their godly parent yet. On their way back, Chiron pulled Naruto aside. We have a little problem about your cabin. The hunters of Artemis come over once in a while, and they stay at the cabin when they are here. Naruto thought, is there any chance that any of the cabins would take me in while I am here? That should be acceptable, just make sure to ask permission from the head counselor. It would be acceptable if you make an offering during meal times to the god's cabin you want to stay at. Naruto nodded. Chiron looked around and saw that the other campers were still outside their cabins and staring at them. All right everyone, he said. Go inside your cabins now. It is way past your curfew. Well, I guess I will see you in the morning, Chiron. Chiron smiled and trotted away. Naruto looked at Percy and said, well, I guess I will see you tomorrow too. I'm still bummed out that we aren't roommates anymore. Well, it can't be helped. Percy took a look at door for a while and entered. I guess it's my turn, Naruto thought as he stared at the doors of the glowing cabin. Naruto thought that after Chiron ordered the campers to enter their cabins, they stopped staring at him. He noticed many campers were still looking out their windows to see if he would get vaporized or get turned into a jackalope. He sighed. Naruto, then, entered the cabin. The others watched with bated breath, waiting for something to happen. A few seconds later, silence permeated through the night. Nothing happened. The campers then called it a night. Inside the cabin, the first thing he noticed was the scent. He picked up the scent of the outdoors, just like the forests he loved to camp out in. It reminded him of the forests outside the Leaf Village. A smile crept up to his face. He looked around. The walls were painted dark green with silver vine-like designs going along the top and bottom of the walls. Painted along the walls were pictures of different animals from bears, deer, and wolves. Alongside the animals were the images of people wearing long hoods and cloaks and carrying bows and arrows. He saw that there were around 20 beds that had silver duvets and pillows covering them. Beside each bed was a set of drawers where the hunters could leave their equipment. Where do I sleep? He voiced out his thoughts. He definitely didn't want to sleep on the beds that a bunch of man-hating girls. At the moment he spoke up, a bright light shone in the backside of the cabin. When the light died down, a door formed on the back wall. Whoa, Naruto said. He went straight for the door and opened it. When the door was opened, it revealed a room. The room contained a pair of cabinets on the left side of the room. Facing the cabinets, there was a big bed, more than big enough for him. Beside the bed, there was a nightstand with drawers and a lamp on top of it. On top of the bed, there was a ninja pouch that looked like his own. On the bed's headboard, there was a note stuck on it just like when he first came into this world. He went over and sat on the bed. He plucked the note from the head and read it. Dear Naruto, I know you are surprised to find out that you are my son, but please know that despite my reputation, you are the exception. So do not think that I don't care about you. The main cabin is used by my hunters, so I had this part of the cabin specifically made for you. I know that if you stayed with my hunters, they would feel uncomfortable if they have to share with a boy. But, you have every right to stay in this cabin as my hunters. However, I have been told that your apartment back in the elemental nations has always been a disaster. I just want to remind you that you should keep this room tidy. There will be cabin inspections every afternoon. Anyways, I heard you got a Minotaur horn after your battle with the Minotaur. I have provided you with a cabinet for you to place your spoils of war. Treat it like a trophy case. Also, I heard that you don't feel like using a sword as your weapon. In the pouch, you will see kunai just like those you use back at home. The difference is that these kunai are made with a combination of chakra metal and celestial bronze. These kunai are enchanted to return to the pouch after a few seconds so you don't have to worry about running out. Lastly, this is not the right time for us to meet. Just know that until the time we meet, look up to the sky at night. I will always be watching you under the shine of the moonlight. Love, Mom. P.S. Why don't you try using a bow and arrow? I am sure you have discovered that you have inherited marksmanship from me. Naruto smiled. He looked up and saw the trophy case his mother was talking about. He saw the Minotaur horn already in there and a tooth lying beside it. He figured it came from the hellhound he fought a while back. Beside the trophy case, there was a cabinet. Inside there was his old jumpsuit and a green flak jacket. There were also different clothes that hung beside it. He smiled and wiped a stray tear formed in his eye. Since he had been claimed, a voice was nagging him in his head. It had him thinking if his mother really wanted him since he knew his mother's reputation. But, seeing this, the nagging voice was silenced. He knows that his mother loves him. Sitting on the bed, he let out a huge yawn. Definitely, the games he played today and the training he did in the morning were catching up to him. He was feeling tired. He took a shower and went to bed with a big smile on his face. Mount Olympus. In the throne room, sitting on head of the Olympian thrones was a man wearing a dark blue pinstriped suit with long dark gray hair and electric blue eyes. This is Zeus, god of the sky and king of the Olympians. He was definitely in a foul mood. He just learned that Poseidon too had broken his oath, and he was almost certain that the child has stolen his weapon. Also on his mind, there was Artemis' son. Despite the ancient laws, she still brought her son here into the world. Plus, he feared the beast that was sealed inside of him. He was paranoid that the boy with the help of the beast had enough power to challenge him. He could have smitten the boy the moment he was here in this world. But, he didn't want to risk the beast rampaging in New York if he did. Also, he didn't want to anger his mother, Artemis. Just then, another man entered the throne room. The man had black hair, a deep tan and sea green eyes. He was wearing Birkenstocks, khaki Bermuda shorts and a Hawaiian shirt. This was Poseidon, god of the sea. The moment he entered, the tension in the air thickened. The two started arguing about Poseidon's son stealing Zeus' weapon. All around the world, thunderstorms, earthquake, and storms hit various countries answering to the anger of the two brothers. The next morning, Naruto stretched as he exited the cabin. As usual, he woke up earlier than the other campers. Though he woke up so early, he still felt refreshed after having one of the best sleeps in his life. The bed his mother gave him was definitely very, very soft and comfy. He went around camp for his usual jog. Towards the end of his jog, just before breakfast, the other campers were already awake. As he was going for a shower, he noticed that many of the girls were staring at him with blushes on their faces. This is going to take some getting used to, he thought. After his shower, the conch horn blew right on schedule. Campers all around the camp made their way to the dining pavilion. Naruto went to his new table. He will definitely have to get used to eating by himself. In the past few days, he had people eating with him at the Hermes table. Now, being the only son of Artemis, he was alone on the table. After the usual offerings, everyone had a hearty meal. For Naruto, well, his appetite never failed to amuse the other campers. They watched as plate after plate stacked on his table. Despite being alone on the table, it looked like a whole cabin sat on the table after he finished. After breakfast, he caught up to Percy. It's sad that we have to spend breakfast alone, Naruto said to his friend. Yeah, just when I thought I was fitting in, Percy replied with a sad look on his face. Naruto understood his friend. The other campers were avoiding him now like he had some kind of disease. It reminded him of the villagers in the hidden leaf when he was young. He patted his friend on the shoulder. Cheer up, Percy. Think of it this way, at least you have a whole cabin to yourself. Percy's face lit up. Yeah, sleeping at night doesn't kill my back anymore. Both of them laughed. As the two walked, thunder boomed in the distance. Grover had told them that bad weather never found its way into camp, yet the clouds above camp darkened and the ocean was getting wild, with the waves reaching meters high. The duo was looking up at the sky when their satyr friend made his way over to them. Hey Percy, Grover called out. Mr. D wants to see you. Why? Percy asked. He wants to kill. I mean, I'd better let him tell you. Grover replied. Naruto did a double take on what Grover told Percy. Wait, did you say kill? No. Grover stuttered. Grover's expression told him that he was hiding something. If Percy is in trouble in any way, I'm coming too. Naruto offered. Why you can't? Mr. D specifically asked to bring Percy only. Oh, Naruto said. Oh well, I guess I'll see you later, Percy. Grover then left with Percy leaving Naruto alone. A few minutes later, Naruto was sitting on a bench near the cabins. It started to rain. The rain clouds looming over the camp didn't pass around as Grover had said. He sat there thinking. The satyr's words didn't leave his mind. He wants to kill, I mean, I'd better let him tell you. Grover's words were spoken in his mind. He was worried that his friend might be in some kind of trouble with Mr. D. He was told about the pact of the Big Three after World War II. He was not supposed to be born. He thought that Mr. D was calling him because of this. This made him curious. A grin made its way into his face. I will find out what is going on, he thought. He stood up and made his way to the big house. When he got to the big house, he noticed that Percy and Mr. D were not there anymore. Only Chiron and Grover were visible in the area sitting on his fake wheelchair, cards in hand and chewing Coke cans respectively. Visible is the operative word here. He sensed someone else was in the area, only he couldn't see where he or she was. He tried to pinpoint where this other person was. When he was almost certain where he or she was, he put up an illusion and went in. As fast as he got in, he got out just as quick. Struggling in his arms was an invisible human-shaped mass he couldn't see but could hear and feel. Shish, he said in a whisper. You don't want us to be found out, do you? The invisible form in his arms stopped struggling and took of something on its head. How did you know I was there? The form who was revealed to be Annabeth asked, also in a hushed tone. Oh hey Annabeth, he greeted first. I sensed you skulking around the area. Annabeth frowned. So, what are you doing there, Annie? Just the same as you, Annabeth whispered. And, don't call me Annie. Whatever you say, Annie. Annabeth growled at Naruto. So, where's Percy? Naruto asked. Oh, he went up to the oracle to get a prophecy for his quest. What? He asked a bit loudly but still made sure both of them weren't heard. He couldn't even defend himself here at camp. Wow, way to have confidence on your best friend. Annabeth commented. I'm just worried about him. He said. So, what's it about? Basically, Zeus is missing his master bolt, his symbol of power, and he's blaming Percy for it. Naruto remembered the stories about Zeus' weapon, the first weapon made by the Cyclops for the war against the Titans. He remembered that Zeus used it to shear the top off Mount Etna and hurl Kronos from his throne. Naruto sighed. Let me guess. Zeus is paranoid that his brother, Percy's dad, is plotting to overthrow him. And, he's blaming Percy even though we were together all this time and we have never been to Olympus. Pretty much. Annabeth shrugged. Why am I not surprised? Naruto sighed again. Was there even a time when these two were not fighting? Annabeth just nodded. Just then, they heard footsteps approaching the area. It was Percy. He had just finished his audience with the oracle. He sat down on his chair by the pinnacle table and slumped. Grover had his fingers crossed like he was wishing for something to happen. Chiron asked. Well, she said. Percy thought that seeing his best friend be half-goat was the weirdest thing he had so far. Damn, was he wrong. When he accepted the quest, Chiron told him it's his time to visit the oracle. He told him to go up to the attic. For a moment, he felt a little fear. He remembered that apparition he saw looking at him in his first day at camp. Assuming you are still sane, Chiron's words rang in his head. He was in the attic. All around him, there were stuff that he described as Greek hero junk stored there. In the other corner of the room, he saw the thing he thought he saw as an apparition in his first day awake at camp. Getting up from its stool was a mummy. There was green mist coming out from its mouth in the form of tendrils sending chills up his spine. The mummy was not wrapped in bandages as pop culture has popularized. It was a shriveled human female body. She was wearing a tie-dyed sundress, with lots of beaded necklaces, and a headband over long black hair. Her face was thin and leathery over her skull, and her eyes were glassy white slits, as if the real eyes had been replaced by marbles. In short, she'd been dead a long, long time. He shook himself back to reality when he heard the mummy spoke. I am the spirit of Delphi, speaker of the prophecies of Phoebus Apollo, slayer of the mighty Python. Approach, seeker, and ask. The oracle spoke in his head. Fear coursed through his body. His instincts were telling him to answer. No thanks, wrong door, just looking for the bathroom. Single quote. But, he gathered his courage and asked, what is my destiny? The green mist around the oracle swirled more thickly and changes into Gabe and his drinking buddies. The oracle used everyone present in the image to say, you shall go west, and face the god who has turned. You shall find what was stolen, and see it safely returned. You shall be betrayed by one who calls you a friend. And you shall fail to save what matters most, in the end. Present. Percy slumped on his chair at the pinnacle table after he got down from the attic. Well, Chiron asked. Percy recounted the lines of the prophecy as stated to him by the oracle. Though, he left out the last line of the prophecy fearing what it might pertain to. Anything else? Chiron asked clearly unsatisfied. No, that's about it. Percy lied. Naruto, who was hiding near the area with Annabeth, rolled his eyes. He's definitely lying, Naruto whispered to Annabeth. Annabeth just shook her head. He left out the last line. Chiron studied Percy's face. Very well, Percy. But know this. The oracle's words often have double meanings. Don't dwell on them too much. The truth is not always clear until events come to pass. Okay, Percy said, anxious to change topics. So where do I go? Who's this god in the west? Think, Percy, Chiron said. If Zeus and Poseidon weaken each other in a war, who stands to gain? Somebody else who wants to take over. I guessed. Naruto face-palmed and whispered loud enough for only Annabeth to hear. It looks like he doesn't listen to your lectures, or maybe he doesn't know anything of Greek mythology at all. He's a seaweed brain, Annabeth commented. Naruto thought back to Mrs. Dodds. She was definitely looking for something, but she was asking Percy. Then, there was this hellhound who was somehow summoned from right inside camp. It couldn't be a coincidence. Mrs. Dodds and the hellhound attacking Percy. He muttered. Naruto listened back to the conversation. Percy must go to the underworld, find the Master Bolt and reveal the truth. At the mention of the underworld, one thing hit Naruto and Percy's mind. Aunt Sally, Mom, they thought. Naruto saw a chance for him to redeem himself. He failed to protect Sally when they were attacked by the Minotaur. By one way or another, he saw this as his way to get him back, whatever it takes, even to fight Hades. He took a look back towards them. Percy looked like he was planning to do something stupid. He couldn't blame him. He knew Percy hasn't gotten over the loss of his mom yet. Grover, well, he started trembling and eating the pinnacle cards like potato chips. Percy spoke up. Look, if we know it's Hades, why can't we just tell the other gods? Zeus or Poseidon could go down to the underworld and bust some heads. Suspecting and knowing are not the same, Chiron said. Besides, even if the other gods suspect Hades, and I imagine Poseidon does, they couldn't retrieve the bolt themselves. Gods cannot cross each other's territories except by invitation. That is another ancient rule. Heroes, on the other hand, have certain privileges. They can go anywhere, challenge anyone, as long as they're bold enough and strong enough to do it. No god can be held responsible for a hero's actions. Why do you think the gods always operate through humans? You're saying I'm being used. Percy answered. I'm saying it's no accident Poseidon has claimed you now. It's a very risky gamble, but he's in a desperate situation. He needs you, Chiron corrected. Naruto turned to Annabeth. Hey Annabeth, why were you still hoping that Percy was a son of Zeus after the bathroom incident? Shut up, Annabeth answered. It was wishful thinking, okay. I was always with him back at Yancy, and it was always the water that answers to him. Was he a seaweed brain even back then? Naruto chuckled softly. Yep, he always tends to get into trouble. Annabeth let out a muffled laugh. I think by definition, we demigods are magnets to trouble. I guess you're right. Both of them turned back to Chiron, Percy and Grover's conversation. Annabeth perked up when she heard Percy say, gee, who else would be stupid enough to volunteer for a quest like this? Annabeth jumped out of their hiding spot and ran to the three, which startled Grover, who was already jumpy. I've been waiting a long time for a quest, seaweed brain, she said. Athena is no fan of Poseidon, but if you're going to save the world, I'm the best person to keep you from messing up. Naruto sighed and walked out of his hiding place. Hold it, Naruto said. Chiron, Percy and Grover's widened their eyes in surprise. It was Percy who voiced out. Naruto, where were you? In plain sight. It's a ninja trick. Plus, I caught Annabeth here skulking around, so I wasn't alone, Naruto said. Annabeth blushed when Naruto said that last part. Shut up, she blurted out. I had to be a part of it. Chiron, they're going to need all the help they can get. Naruto told Chiron, someone has to keep Percy from causing trouble. Hey, Percy protested. Naruto, I understand your concern for Percy, but, Chiron said. Naruto insisted. But Chiron, they're new to this. Even genin in the elemental nations don't go out on missions like this. Chiron sighed. Very well, Naruto. This afternoon, we will take you as far as the bus terminal in Manhattan. After that, you are on your own, he explained to the whole group. Lightning flashed. Rain poured down on the meadows that were never supposed to have violent weather. No time to waste, Chiron said. I think you should all get packing. Later that day, after their meeting at the big house, the questers went on their separate ways to pack. Although, Naruto and Percy had a problem since they lost their luggage in the attack of the Minotaur. Fortunately, Grover found them backpacks. Naruto sat in his room. He packed in the clothes his mother had given him the night before. It didn't take it long to pack. He already knew what to get since he has been through this to countless times before. As he was finishing, he saw his green flak jacket hanging on the leftmost side of the closet. He stared at the green flak jacket he got after the old man Hokage died. He remembered the friends he left in the Hidden Leaf. He remembered the missions he had, especially with the ones with Team 7. Then, he remembered Sasuke. He had promised Sakura to save him from the darkness, but right now he didn't know if he would be able to do it. One thing at a time, I guess. He shook himself out of his melancholy. Oh yeah, I got a mission. I have to get it together. Eventually, he plucked the flak jacket from his closet, put it on and went out. Naruto met up with his teammates at the camp store to get the supplies they would need. He was supposed to get some mortal money from the store, but he had some money left from what his mother has been giving him. However, he still got some golden drachmas for non-mortal transactions, as Chiron had put it. Finally, he got some ambrosia and nectar for emergency purposes. After that, they waved goodbye to the other campers, took one last look at the strawberry fields, the ocean, and the big house, then hiked up Half-Blood Hill to the tall pine tree. Chiron was waiting for them in his wheelchair. Next to him, there was a man who you could only describe as a surfer. He was wearing a chauffeur's uniform. According to Grover, the guy was the camp's head of security. Supposedly, he had eyes all over his body. His attire today covered his extra eyes, so those only on his hands, face and neck were seen. This is Argus, Chiron introduced. He will drive you into the city, and, well, keep an eye on things. That was a horrible pun, Chiron. Naruto commented. Chiron shrugged. It was worth a try. Just then footsteps were heard approaching them. It was Luke, who came running up the hill, carrying a pair of basketball shoes. Hey, he panted. Glad I caught you. Annabeth hid behind Naruto. Just wanted to say good luck, Luke told me. And I thought, maybe you could use these. He handed Percy a pair of normal-looking basketball shoes. Well, they thought it was normal, until Luke shouted, "Maya!" White bird's wings sprouted out of the heels, startling Percy so much that he dropped them. The shoes flapped around on the ground until the wings folded up and disappeared. "Awesome," Grover said. "Cool," Naruto chimed in. "They remind me of the sandals your dad wears in the pictures." "Yeah, they're a gift of Dad," Luke explained. "They served me well when I was on a quest." His expression turned sad. "Of course, I don't use them much these days." Percy was speechless. Not only did Luke come and say goodbye to him and the group, but he also came and gave him a magic item. "Hey, man," Percy said. "Thanks." "Listen, Percy." Luke looked uncomfortable. "A lot of hopes are riding on you. So just kill some monsters for me, okay?" He turned to Naruto. "And Naruto, keep an eye on Percy for me, will ya?" He shook Naruto and Percy's hands. He patted Grover's head between his horns, and then called out to Annabeth to come out from hiding to give her a hug. She looked like she might pass out. After Luke was gone, Percy commented, "You're hyperventilating." "Am not," Annabeth protested. Percy realized something. "You let him capture the flag instead of you, didn't you? That definitely pulled a string." "Oh. Why do I want to go anywhere with you, Percy?" she said as she stomped down other side of the hill, where a white SUV waited on the shoulder of the road. Argus followed, jingling his car keys. Percy picked up the flying shoes and had a sudden bad feeling. He looked at Chiron. "I won't be able to use these, will I?" "Not unless you want to be deep-fried by the Lord of the Sky," Naruto told his friend. Percy looked at his friend with a frown on his face. "What? Just saying," Naruto said. Chiron shook his head. "Luke meant well, Percy. But taking to the air, that would not be wise for you." Percy nodded, clearly disappointed, but then he got an idea. "Hey, Grover, you want a magic item?" His eyes lit up. "Me." Pretty soon, Naruto and Percy had laced the sneakers over Grover's fake feet. "Maya," he shouted. He got off the ground okay, but then fell over sideways so his backpack dragged through the grass. The winged shoes kept bucking up and down like tiny broncos. "Practice," Chiron called after him. "You just need practice." "Ah." Grover went flying sideways down the hill like a possessed lawnmower, heading toward the van. Before the boys could follow, Chiron caught Percy's arm, causing both of them to stop. "I should have trained you better, Percy," he said. "If only I had more time. Hercules, Jason, they all got more training." "That's okay, Chiron," Naruto said. "That's why I'm here." Percy looked bummed out, though. It was not about the lack of training. He envied Annabeth and Luke for receiving items from their godly parents. "I just wish." Percy stopped himself. He didn't want to sound like a spoiled brat. "What am I thinking?" Chiron cried. "I can't let you get away without this. Naruto, you too," he added. He pulled pens from his coat pocket and handed them to the two boys. They were ordinary disposable ballpoint pens with black ink. One had a removable cap. The other had a button to press to reveal the ballpoint. "Gee," Percy said. "Thanks. These look like the pens from the museum, Chiron." Chiron nodded. "Nice of you to notice, my boy." He first turned to Percy. "Percy, that's a gift from your father. I've kept it for years, not knowing you were who I was waiting for. But the prophecy is clear to me now. You are the one. Could this be?" he thought. He took off the cap, and the pen grew longer and heavier in his hand. In half a second, he was holding the same bronze sword he held in the museum. Of all the swords in camp, it was the first weapon that actually felt balanced in his hand. "The sword has a long and tragic history that we need not go into," Chiron told me. "Its name is Anaklusmos. Riptide," Percy translated as he studied his blade. Chiron nodded, then turned to Naruto. "Naruto, that's a gift from your mother. You can imagine my surprise when I received them. I only know they were made for you. I was also told that there was a mix of chakra metal on the blade." The blonde pressed the button at the end of the pen. The pen elongated in his hand. The pen, then, became the same kunai he used to kill the Fury. Naruto examined the blade. He noticed there were markings on the hilt. "Those markings," Chiron said. "I don't understand them. They are definitely not Greek. They are seals." Naruto said. Unfortunately, I don't know what they are for. You will find out someday. Chiron said. Use them only for emergencies, Chiron said, and only against monsters. No hero should harm mortals unless absolutely necessary, of course, but Percy's sword wouldn't harm them. In your case, Naruto, the chakra metal on the blade would still injure them. What do you mean it wouldn't harm mortals? How could it not? Percy asked. Your blades are made of celestial bronze. The metal is forged by the Cyclops, tempered in the heart of Mount Etna, cooled in the river Lethe. By itself, it's deadly to monsters, to any creature from the underworld, provided they don't kill you first. But the blade will pass through mortals like an illusion. They simply are not important enough for the blade to kill. And I should warn you, as a demigod, you can be killed by either celestial or normal weapons. You are twice as vulnerable. Chiron explained. That sucks, Naruto complained. Good to know, Percy said. Percy, recap the pen. Naruto squeezed the hilt. The boys did as they were told, and the blades returned to their original pen forms. After that, Percy kept his pen in his pocket while Naruto stowed his pen away in his pouch. Percy looked nervous. You better not lose that magic item, Percy. Your pen's back at Yancy never lasted more than 2 days. Naruto joked. Shut up, fishcake. Percy teased to try to get back at the blonde. Actually you can't, Chiron said. What? Percy and Naruto asked. You can't lose the pen, Chiron explained. It is enchanted. It will always reappear in your pocket. Try it. Percy was unsure, but he threw his pen away anyway and watched it disappear in the grass. It may take a few moments, Chiron told Percy. Now check your pocket. He patted his pocket. His expression lightened when he felt the pen in his pocket. Awesome, Naruto praised. Okay, that's extremely cool, Percy admitted. But what if a mortal sees me pulling out a sword? Missed, Percy, Naruto said. Missed? Percy asked. Yes, Percy, you should read Homer's Iliad. It mentioned the stuff a lot. Chiron nodded. Whenever divine or monstrous elements mix with the mortal world, they generate mist, which obscures the vision of humans. You will see things just as they are, being a half-blood, but humans will interpret things quite differently. Remarkable, really, the lengths to which humans will go to fit things into their version of reality. Percy felt he was ready for his quest, but he had one last question. He asked about the immortality of the gods and the times before their rule. Naruto and Chiron narrated the stories from the books explaining his questions. They also gave some advice to Percy for his quest. After their conversation, the boys made their way to SUV. Chiron raised his bow in salute to send off the quest-goers. Manhattan. 10 miles of driving passed and they made it to the highway. Along the way, Percy made a comment about not having any monster attacks so far. This, of course, prompted an argument from the two which escalated to an argument about their godly parents. In the front seat, Argus smiled. He didn't say anything, but one blue eye on the back of his neck winked. By the time they got to Queens, traffic slowed them down. At sunset, they made it to Manhattan, but it started to rain. Argus dropped them down at the Greyhound station on the Upper East Side, not far from Sally and Gabe's apartment. Something caught Naruto and Percy's eyes. Taped to a mailbox was a soggy flyer with both of their pictures on it. Have you seen these boys? Percy and Naruto looked at each other with wide eyes. They seemed to be thinking of the same thing. Oh shit. Before any of their companions could see, Naruto ripped the flyer and burned with a simple fire jutsu. Argus unloaded their bags, made sure they got our bus tickets, and then drove away, the eye on the back of his hand opening to watch them as he pulled out of the parking lot. Percy was looking at their old apartment's direction. Grover caught him doing this, so he asked, "You want to know why she married him, Percy?" Percy stared at him. "Were you reading my mind or something?" "Just your emotions." He shrugged. "Guess I forgot to tell you satyrs can do that." About Percy. It has something to do with Percy's heritage, huh? Naruto asked, hearing Grover's earlier question. "Your mom married Gabe for you," Grover told Percy. "You guys call him smelly, but you've got no idea. The guy has this aura. Yuck, I can smell him from here. I can smell traces of him on you, and you haven't been near him for a week." "Thanks," Percy said. "Where's the nearest shower?" I doubt the shower would work. Naruto chuckled dryly. You should be grateful, Percy. Your stepfather smells so repulsively human he could mask the presence of any demigod. As soon as I took a whiff inside his Camaro, I knew, Gabe has been covering your scent for years. If you hadn't lived with him every summer, you probably would have been found by monsters a long time ago. Your mom stayed with him to protect you. She was a smart lady. She must have loved you a lot to put up with that guy if that makes you feel any better. She's just plain awesome, Naruto added. The rain kept coming down as the demigods were talking. Eventually, they got restless, so they decided to play hacky sack with one of Grover's apples. Naruto got hungry, so he went to the nearest convenience store to get something to eat. Inside the store, Naruto got some food for his friends. As he was about to pay, he saw something that made him break into a mischievous grin. He added it to the stuff he bought and went to pay. So, how do I send this? He thought. Naruto got back to his friends as soon as the game ended. Percy tossed the apple toward Grover and it got too close to his mouth. In one mega goat bite, our hacky sack disappeared, core, stem, and all. Grover blushed. He tried to apologize, but his friends were too busy cracking up. Naruto even blew out the soda in his mouth when he saw what Grover did. Finally the bus came. As the group stood in line to board, Grover started looking around, sniffing the air like he smelled his favorite school cafeteria delicacy, enchiladas. What is it? Percy asked. I don't know, he said tensely. Maybe it's nothing. Naruto sniffed the air too. Kinda smells like Mrs. Dodds or something. When Percy heard this, he started looking over his shoulder as well, paranoid of what might come. Plus, he wasn't too keen on meeting his old math teacher again. After a few minutes of waiting in line, they finally got on board the bus, and found seats at the back of the bus. Everyone stowed their bags, except for Naruto. After the incident with the Minotaur, he wasn't taking any chances. This time, even Annabeth got nervous as well. She was repeatedly slapping her New York Yankees cap on her knee. As the last passengers got on, Annabeth squeezed Naruto's hand. Naruto. An old lady had just boarded the bus. She wore a crumpled velvet dress, lace gloves, and a shapeless orange knit hat that shadowed her face, and she carried a big paisley purse. When she tilted her head up, her black eyes glittered. It was Mrs. Dodds, older, more withered, but definitely the same evil face. Percy scrunched down in his seat. Behind her came two more old ladies, one in a green hat, one in a purple hat. Otherwise they looked exactly like Mrs. Dodds' same gnarled hands, paisley handbags, wrinkled velvet dresses. Triplet demon grandmothers. You had to jinx it, huh Percy? Naruto complained. Grover looked like he was about to faint when he saw them board the bus. They sat in the front row, right behind the driver. The two on the aisle crossed their legs over the walkway, making an X. It was casual enough, but it sent a clear message: nobody leaves. Looks like your math teacher is back, Annabeth said. The bus pulled out of the station, and headed through the slick streets of Manhattan. She didn't stay dead long, Percy said, trying to keep his voice from quivering. I thought you said they could be dispelled for a lifetime. I said if you're lucky, Annabeth said. You're obviously not. All three of them, Grover managed to whimper. Immortals. It's okay, Annabeth said, obviously thinking hard. The Furies. The three worst monsters from the underworld. No problem. No problem. We'll just slip out the windows. Easier said than done, Naruto said. Plus, they won't open. A back exit, she suggested. There isn't one. Grover shook his head. By that time, the bus was on 9th Avenue, heading for the Lincoln Tunnel. They won't attack us with witnesses around, will they? Percy asked hopefully. Mortals don't have good eyes, Annabeth reminded him. Their brains can only process what they see through the mist. They'll see three old ladies killing us, won't they? Percy said mournfully. Annabeth thought about it. Hard to say, but we can't count on mortals for help. Maybe an emergency exit in the roof. The bus hit the Lincoln Tunnel, and it went dark except for the running lights down the aisle. It was eerily quiet without the sound of the rain. Mrs. Dodds got up. In a flat voice, as if she'd rehearsed it, she announced to the whole bus, I need to use the restroom. So do I, said the second sister. So do I, said the third sister. They all started coming down the aisle. Heads up, Naruto warned. Here they come. I didn't ask for this. Why is it like my fault? Percy thought as he watched three old ladies who looked like Mrs. Dodds made their way down the aisle of the bus. Clearly they were after him. He and Annabeth had argued in the car about the bad luck of talking about no monsters attacking during a mission. It made him rethink everything. Was it really my fault? He was broken out of his thoughts when Naruto spoke up. Heads up, Naruto said softly. Here they come. The bus was completely silent as the bus drove through the Lincoln Tunnel. I've got it, Annabeth exclaimed as she thought of an idea. Percy, take my hat. What? Percy asked. You're the one they want. Turn invisible and go up the aisle. Let them pass you. Maybe you can get to the front and get away. Annabeth explained. But you guys, Percy protested. He really didn't want to leave his friends behind. There's an outside chance they might not notice us, Annabeth said. You're a son of one of the big three. Your smell might be overpowering. Naruto studied his friend. His friend clearly didn't want to go with this plan. Hold it. He won't go with the plan, not when our lives are in danger. We don't have. Annabeth tried to argue. I know, Annabeth, but we have to do it this way, so Percy would go with it. Naruto quickly explained what he had in mind to the group. This time Percy was more willing to go with it. You got this, Grover said. Go. Percy's hands trembled as he took the cap from Annabeth. He put it on. As soon as the cap was on his head, he disappeared from view and made his way to the front of the bus. Naruto and his two other companions watched as the old woman who they knew as Mrs. Dodds stopped walking and sniffed the air. She looked at an empty seat like she sensed something there. Oh no, Annabeth said with a worried tone. She can still sense him. Naruto placed his hand on top of Annabeth's. It was a silent message that everything would be okay. Mrs. Dodds shrugged it off and continued walking to Naruto and his friends. This time, they began to slowly change into their true forms. Their faces were still the same, but their bodies had shriveled into leathery brown hag bodies with bats' wings and hands and feet like gargoyle claws. Their handbags had turned into fiery whips. The Furies surrounded the three, lashing their whips, hissing, "Where is it? Where?" The other people on the bus were screaming, cowering in their seats. He's not here, Annabeth yelled. He's gone. Why yeah, Grover said, trying to act brave. You don't want any trouble, Naruto threatened. Annabeth drew her bronze knife. Naruto pulled out a kunai from the pouch on his leg. Grover grabbed a tin can from his snack bag and prepared to throw it. The Furies were about to lunge, when the bus swerved, causing the three Furies to smack into the side of the bus along with the other passengers. Hey, the driver yelled. Hey, whoa. The driver was wrestling an unseen force for control of the steering wheel. The bus slammed against the side of the tunnel, grinding metal, and throwing sparks a mile behind them. The vehicle careened out of the Lincoln Tunnel and back into the rainstorm. People and monsters tossed around the bus, cars plowed aside like bowling pins. Somehow, the driver found an exit. They shot off the highway, through half a dozen traffic lights, and ended up barreling down one of those New Jersey rural roads. On the left, there were woods. On the right was the Hudson River. The driver seemed to be veering toward the river. Percy was at the driver's seat, still unseen by the passengers on the bus. Percy pulled the emergency brake, and the bus wailed and spun in a full circle, then crashed into the trees. Emergency lights from the bus flashed on, and the door flew open. The driver and the passengers were all scared now. The driver was the first one to run out of the bus, followed by the passengers. Percy had to step into the driver's seat, so he won't be run over. Unfortunately for our heroes, the Furies were already beginning to regain their balance. Before anyone could react, Naruto lunged at the Furies and plunged his kunai on the Fury who they knew as Mrs. Dodds. The monster exploded into golden dust. The two remaining Furies saw what happened and they snarled. They were eyeing Naruto, preparing to attack him for what he did to their sister. They must have realized that attacking the blonde was unwise. Instead, they turned around to face Grover and Annabeth brandishing their whips ready to attack. Just then, Percy took off Annabeth's invisibility cap and yelled, "Hey!" That got the Furies' attention. The monsters turned, baring their yellow fangs at Percy. They stalked up the aisle flicking her whip. Every time she did, red flames danced along the barbed leather. "Perseus Jackson," Mrs. Dodds said, in an accent that was definitely from somewhere farther south than Georgia. "You have offended the gods. You shall die." "I liked you better as a math teacher," Percy retorted. She growled. Annabeth and Grover moved up behind the Furies cautiously, looking for an opening. Percy took the ballpoint pen out of his pocket and uncapped it. Riptide elongated into a shimmering double-edged sword. The Furies hesitated. "Submit now," one of the Furies hissed. "And you will not suffer eternal torment." "Nice try," Percy told her. The other Fury raised her whip and lashed it towards Percy's sword hand. Her companion dove at Percy. Percy yelled in pain. He felt like his hand was wrapped in molten lead, but he managed not to drop his sword. "Ow," he yelled. "Ow, hot, hot." Naruto kicked the lunging Fury towards Annabeth and Grover. "Take care of her," he yelled. Annabeth jumped on the Fury's back. The Fury kicked, clawed, hissed and bit trying to shake her off, but she held on, though she dropped her dagger. Grover was in the corner of the bus chucking tin cans at the Fury she was riding. Some of the cans were occasionally hitting Annabeth, slowly getting on her nerve. Annabeth smacked the Fury on the head, and then yelled, "Grover! My knife!" "Gee, got it," Grover said, shaking the fear out of his system. Grover dropped down to the ground trying to find the knife. He tried looking under the chairs, under some of the rubble. He found it. Annabeth, I found it," Grover yelled. "Throw it," she yelled back. Grover threw the knife towards Annabeth. The younger blonde smacked the Fury again and caught the knife, plunging it on its neck. The Fury exploded into golden dust. On Naruto and Percy's end, the blonde sliced through the whip, tying up Percy's hand. Percy reeled for a moment, nursing his hand. The Fury growled. "Zeus will destroy you," she promised. "Hades will have your soul. Bracas meas vesamini," Percy yelled. Naruto understood this somehow. He tried so hard to stifle his laughter, but failed miserably. "What the hell was that, Percy?" Percy's face reddened. "Shut up. That came out wrong." Seeing this as an opening, the Fury attacked Percy. Naruto's expression changed when he saw this, but immediately changed again when he saw him handling the situation. Fortunately, Percy managed to sidestep and smack the Fury with the hilt of his sword. Percy charged the monster, giving it no time to recover. Before the Fury could get up, Percy swung his sword, and it exploded into golden dust like a piñata, killing the last monster. The group got to celebrate their victory and check each other for injuries. "I see you guys were trained well at camp," Naruto said. "Well, our teachers back at camp are awesome," Annabeth said. Grover put his head down. Naruto saw this and put a hand on his shoulder. "It's okay, Grover. Fear gets the best of us, even me." Grover looked up. "Even you? How?" Naruto's story and their celebrations were cut short when the bus was shaken by thunder. "Uh-oh," Percy said. "That's not good. Get out," Annabeth yelled. "Now." The group rushed outside and found the other passengers wandering around in a daze, arguing with the driver, or running around in circles yelling, "We're going to die." A Hawaiian-shirted tourist with a camera snapped Percy and Naruto's photograph. "Our bags," Grover realized. "We left our..." Boom. The windows of the bus exploded as the passengers ran for cover. Lightning shredded a huge crater in the roof. "This is not good. The authorities will arrive anytime soon," Annabeth said. The others nodded, and they plunged into the woods as the rain poured down, the bus in flames behind them, and nothing but darkness ahead. Entering the forest gave Naruto some relief. He was in his mother's element, making feel right at home. Our group of demigods were walking through the woods along the New Jersey riverbank, the glow of New York City making the night sky yellow behind them, and the smell of the Hudson reeking in their noses. All along the way, Grover was shivering and braying from fear. He kept muttering to himself, "Three kindly ones. All three at once." Annabeth kept pulling them along. "Come on. The farther away we get the better." They trudged through the forest across muddy ground. They were still in shock about the lightning striking the bus. The sound still ringed in their ears. Percy said, breaking the occasional silence, "All our money was back there. Our food and clothes. Everything. What do we do now?" "Well, Maybe if you hadn't decided to jump into the fight, Annabeth argued, but Percy didn't let her finish. What did you want me to do? Let you get killed? You didn't need to protect me, Percy. I know how to protect myself. Plus, if anything went wrong, Naruto was there with us. You sound like an old married couple, Grover commented. Shut up, goat boy, we do not. Annabeth and Percy yelled, not liking what Grover said. Come on guys, arguing won't get us anywhere, Naruto said, breaking up the argument. Grover brayed mournfully. Tin cans. A perfectly good bag of tin cans. The rain turned the soil at their feet muddy. They sloshed through the muddy ground through nasty trees that smelled like sour laundry. Grover even had to remove his fake feet and carry them the whole way since they kept getting stuck to the mud. After a few minutes, a smile made its way to Naruto's lips when he saw Annabeth fall into line next to Percy. Look, her voice faltered. I appreciate your coming back for us, okay. That was really brave. We're a team, right? She was silent for a few more steps. It's just that if you died, aside from the fact that it would really suck for you, it would mean the quest was over. This may be my only chance to see the real world. The thunderstorm had finally let up. The glow of the city behind them, leaving them in almost total darkness. You haven't left Camp Half-Blood since you were 7? Percy asked. No. Only short field trips. My dad, the history professor. Yeah, it didn't work out for me living at home. I mean, Camp Half-Blood is my home. She was rushing her words out now, as if she were afraid somebody might try to stop her. At camp you train and train. And that's all cool and everything, but the real world is where the monsters are. That's where you learn whether you're any good or not. Naruto, who was listening to their conversation, commented, You're pretty good with that knife. Really? You think so? Annabeth said, her eyes lightening up after hearing Naruto praise her. Yeah, Percy agreed. Anybody who can piggyback ride a fury is okay by me. Annabeth was smiling now. Getting compliments from her friends definitely made her day. You know, she said, maybe I should tell you something funny back on the bus. Whatever she wanted to say was interrupted by a shrill toot toot toot, like the sound of an owl being tortured. Hey, my reed pipes still work, Grover cried. If I could just remember a Find Path song, we could get out of these woods. He puffed out a few notes, but the tune still sounded suspiciously like Hilary Duff. Instead of finding a path, Percy immediately slammed into a tree and got a nice size knot on his head. Naruto laughed at the expense of his friend. After tripping and cursing and generally feeling miserable, mostly for Percy, for another mile or so, the group started to see light up ahead, the colors of a neon sign. They could even smell food, fried, greasy, excellent food. A grumbling sound was heard. Percy let out a laugh of embarrassment. Man, I sure could use a cheeseburger, Percy said. His friends laughed at him. Then, another grumbling sound came from the rest of the group, which prompted everyone to laugh all together. I guess we all need a cheeseburger. Though I prefer ramen, I'll take whatever I can, Naruto commented. I wish they have other food other than cheeseburgers, Grover said. Let's see, Annabeth said. They kept walking until they found themselves at a deserted 2-lane road through the trees. On the other side was a closed-down gas station, a tattered billboard for a 1990s movie, and one open business, which was the source of the neon light and the good smell of fat and greasy food. Unfortunately, the building they saw was not a fast food restaurant as they had hoped. Instead, they came across one of those weird roadside curio shops that sell lawn flamingos and wooden Indians and cement grizzly bears and stuff like that. The main building was a long, low warehouse, surrounded by acres of statuary. The neon sign above the gate was impossible for the demigods to read. To them, it read as, Atanu Mesgderan Goman Meprouim. Single quote. What the heck does that say? Percy asked. I don't know, Annabeth said. Grover translated. Auntie M's Garden Gnome Emporium. Flanking the entrance, as advertised, were 2 cement garden gnomes, ugly bearded little runts, smiling and waving, as if they were about to get their picture taken. I got a bad feeling about this, Naruto said. Percy crossed the street, following the smell of the hamburgers, which got stronger when they got to the road. Hey, Grover warned. Percy, where are you going? Naruto asked. The lights are on inside, Annabeth said. Maybe it's open. Snack bar, Percy said wistfully. Snack bar, Annabeth agreed. Are you too crazy? Grover said. This place is weird. Not you too, Annabeth, Naruto complained. For Percy, I'm not surprised, but you. Grover trotted along to follow the two who went ahead, leaving Naruto at the other side of the road. Naruto's stomach grumbled. He sighed. I guess it wouldn't hurt to try. He went on to follow his teammates, ignoring the nagging feeling telling him not to go because he too was hungry. The front lot was a forest of statues. Cement animals, cement children, even a cement satyr playing the pipes, which gave Grover the creeps. Blah ha ha, he bleated. Looks like my Uncle Ferdinand. They stopped at the warehouse door. Don't knock, Grover pleaded. I smell monsters. Your nose is clogged up from the Furies, Annabeth told him. All I smell is burgers. Aren't you hungry? Meat, he said scornfully. I'm a vegetarian. You eat cheese enchiladas in aluminum cans, Percy reminded him. Those are vegetables. Come on, let's leave. These statues are looking at me. Naruto sniffed the air as well. Why does it smell like the reptile section of the zoo? Nonsense, Percy said. It's just burgers in there. The two younger demigods ignored Grover's plea. Naruto, once again, shrugged it off. Clearly, his hunger was clouding his normally on-point judgment. Why? Grover complained. Even Naruto is. They were about knock when the door creaked open, and standing in front of the group was what they assumed was a tall Middle Eastern woman. She wore a long black gown that covered everything but her hands, and her head was completely veiled. Her eyes glinted behind a curtain of black gauze. Her coffee-colored hands looked old, but well manicured and elegant. She might have been a grandmother who had once been a beautiful lady in her younger years. Her accent sounded vaguely Middle Eastern, too. She said, "Children, it is too late to be out all alone. Where are your parents?" "They're, Annabeth started to say. "We're orphans," Percy managed to blurt out. "Orphans," the woman said. The word sounded alien in her mouth. "But, my dears, surely not. We got separated from our caravan," Percy said. "Our circus caravan. The ringmaster told us to meet him at the gas station if we got lost, but he may have forgotten, or maybe he meant a different gas station. Anyway, we're lost. Is that food I smell?" Annabeth looked at Naruto. Clearly, she was not happy at Percy's alibi. Naruto just mouthed, "Just go with it," as he held his growling stomach. Annabeth just face-palmed. "Oh, my dears," the woman said. "You must come in, poor children. I am Auntie M. Go straight through to the back of the warehouse, please. There is a dining area." The four thanked her and went inside. Annabeth walked beside Percy and muttered, "Circus caravan. Seriously. Always have a strategy, right?" Percy said. She rolled her eyes at Percy. "Your head is full of kelp." The warehouse was filled with more statues, people in all different poses, wearing all different outfits and with different expressions on their faces. Some of the statues had a scared look on their faces, which was off-putting to the group to say the least. But those statues were the least of the demigods' worries. All they were thinking now was the hunger they were feeling. Only Grover was not mesmerized by the smell of the food because he didn't eat meat. Instead, he was whimpering to himself, clearly scared. Eventually, they made it to the back of the warehouse, which housed a fast food counter with a grill, a soda fountain, a pretzel heater, and a nacho cheese dispenser. Everything you could want, plus a few steel picnic tables out front. "Please, sit down," Auntie M said. "Awesome," Percy said. Grover said reluctantly, "We don't have any money, ma'am." Before Percy could jab him in the ribs, Auntie M said, No, children. No money. This is a special case, yes. It is my treat, for such nice orphans." Naruto's stomach seemed to growl even louder. Hee, sorry, he said. Auntie M smiled. "You stay put, children. This will only take a while." "Thank you, ma'am," Annabeth said. Auntie M stiffened, as if Annabeth had done something wrong, but then the old woman relaxed just as quickly. "Quite all right, Annabeth," she said. "You have such beautiful gray eyes, child." Auntie M disappeared behind the snack counter and started cooking. Before the group of demigods knew it, She'd brought them plastic trays heaped with double cheeseburgers, vanilla shakes, and XXL servings of French fries. Percy was halfway through his burger before he remembered to breathe. Naruto was just finishing his second burger and about to start on his third burger while eating his fries 3 at a time. Annabeth slurped her shake. Grover picked at the fries, and eyed the tray's waxed paper liner as if he might go for that too, but he still looked too nervous to eat. Just then, Naruto and Grover looked at each other when their ears picked up on a sound they weren't expecting to hear. "What's that hissing noise?" It was Grover who asked. Percy tried to listen into what Grover was talking about, but to no avail. Annabeth just shook her head. "Hissing?" Auntie M asked. "Perhaps you hear the deep fryer oil. You have keen ears, Grover." "I take vitamins for my ears." "That's admirable," she said. "But please, relax." Naruto was halfway through his third burger when he realized that first, Auntie M somehow knew Annabeth's and Grover's names, and secondly, he never saw her remove her headdress ever since, even when she was cooking. He also noticed that she was watching them eat with her fingers interlaced. It definitely unnerved him. So, to decrease his uncomfortable feeling of being watched, he tried to make small talk. "So, you sell gnomes?" Naruto said, trying to sound interested. "Oh, yes," Auntie M said. "And animals. And people. Anything for the garden. Custom orders. Statuary is very popular, you know. A lot of business on this road." "Not so much, no. Since the highway was built. Most cars, they do not go this way now. I must cherish every customer I get." Percy's expression changed. He was having an unsettling feeling that someone was watching him. He turned. Instead of seeing someone watching, he saw a statue of a young girl holding an Easter basket. The detail was incredible, much better than you see in most garden statues. But something was wrong with her face. It looked as if she were startled or even terrified. "Ah," Auntie M said sadly. "You notice some of my creations do not turn out well. They are marred. They do not sell. The face is the hardest to get right. Always the face." "You make these statues yourself?" Percy asked. "Oh, yes, I have some help actually, from my 2 sisters. We are inseparable, you know," she explained. Annabeth had stopped eating. She sat forward and said, "2 sisters?" Yes, we stayed together ever since that accident. It's a terrible story, not one for children, really," Auntie M said. "You see, Annabeth, a bad woman was jealous of me, long ago, when I was young. I had a boyfriend, you know, and this bad woman was determined to break us apart. My sisters stayed by my side defending me. Unfortunately, they too shared my bad fortune." Percy wasn't sure what she meant, but he felt bad for her. His eyelids kept getting heavier, his full stomach making him sleepy. "Poor old lady, who would want to hurt somebody so nice?" he mumbled. "Percy." Annabeth was shaking Percy to get his attention. "Maybe we should go. I mean, the ringmaster will be waiting." Naruto was sipping on his shake now. Now that he had his fill, he was starting to get back to his normal self. Around that time, he heard the hissing sound again, much louder this time. He took a look at Grover and saw that he picked it up too. He gave him a look to drop it and that they'd figure it out. This just made Grover even more nervous. He started eating the waxed paper off the tray. Hearing the hissing sound again definitely did not help, nor did Naruto's expression telling him to drop it. "Such beautiful gray eyes," Auntie M told Annabeth again. Yes, it has been a long time since I've seen gray eyes like those." She reached out as if to stroke Annabeth's cheek, but Annabeth stood up abruptly. "We really should go." "Yes." Grover swallowed the waxed paper he was chewing and stood up. "The ringmaster is waiting." "Right. Yeah," Naruto added. "We still need to figure out which gas station the old man is waiting at." Percy, on the other hand, looked like he didn't want to leave. Having his fill seemed to have the opposite effect on him. He wanted to stay for a while. "Please, dears," Auntie M pleaded. "I so rarely get to be with children. Before you go, won't you at least sit for a pose?" "A pose?" Annabeth asked warily. "A photograph. I will use it to model a new statue set. Children are so popular, you see. Everyone loves children." "I don't think we can, ma'am." "Come on," Percy Annabeth said, shifting her weight from foot to foot. Sure we can, Percy said with an irritated tone. It's just a photo, Annabeth. What's the harm? He's not seeing Annabeth's cues. Naruto face-palmed mentally. Percy's companions didn't like the idea, but followed Auntie M anyway, seeing that they were moving out back to the front door, into the garden of statues they passed a while back. Auntie M directed them to a park bench next to the stone satyr. Now, she said, I'll just position you correctly. The young girl in the middle, I think, and the 2 young gentlemen on either side. You, Naruto, why don't you stand behind them? Don't you think it's a little dark for a photoshoot? Naruto remarked. Oh, there is enough light, Auntie M said. Enough for us to see each other, yes. Where's your camera? Grover asked. Oh, just sit tight my dears while I go and get it. Auntie M said. She left them there to go get the camera. That gave them some time to talk among themselves. Grover took the chance to study at the statue beside them. Percy, Naruto scolded. What were you thinking? What? Percy said. Don't you see she's just a sweet old woman? Naruto sighed. Percy, don't you find this weird? Annabeth asked. Come on guys, she was super nice to us. She even fed us, Percy protested. On their way there, Naruto and Annabeth were mentally connecting the dots. Annabeth decided to bring it up. Guys, Annabeth said. I think I know who she is. What? Percy tried to say something but Naruto didn't give him a chance to. Yeah, Naruto nodded. The stone statues, this place smelling like the reptile section of the zoo, the hissing noises. She even said she has 2 sisters. What are you guys talking about? She's Percy tried to say but was cut off again. A look of horror made it to Grover's face. Guys, this statue is my Uncle Ferdinand. He was killed by. Grover didn't get to finish. They heard Auntie M approaching. This time she was not alone. What do we do? Annabeth asked frantically in a whisper. We improvise. Naruto whispered quickly. Thanks.